Yeah. Yeah, a good 20%. Police department. Yeah. Good. Good evening. Sorry for the delay. I make it 6:33, and we'll call the February meeting of the Van Alstyne City Council to order. Let the record show that we do have a quorum, and the meeting was posted in accordance with Open Meetings Act. Councilwoman Angelica sends her regrets. She will join us in progress. She had something come up at the last moment. Would invite you to join us in the invocation followed by the pledges. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the many blessings we have received here in the Van Alstyne area. We thank you for the many public servants we have here at City Hall and throughout the city at Public Works, Fire and Police Department. Lord, we're especially focused on the police department tonight and their life-saving efforts. We thank you for those officers who go out into our community every day, just seeking ways to help. We thank you for their families who loan those officers to us. Their duties take them away at late nights and throughout the day in dangerous times, and we're just grateful that they're here with us. We ask you for your wisdom here tonight as we conduct the business of the city. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you all. We have the pleasure of doing some recognitions tonight. The first being a recognition of Corporal Watts, Officer Jack, and Officer Bedford. We'll turn it over to Chief Barnes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Now we're going to honor 3 officers for their life-saving award. Basically, we're going to read over what took place the night that they really saved a man's life and did beyond exactly what we expect them to do. So we're going to publicly recognize them tonight for their actions.
Good evening. Tonight, we are honored to recognize these officers whose quick actions, teamwork, and commitment to duty resulted in the saving of a life. On January 10, 2026, officers responded to a call involving an unresponsive individual. Upon arrival, they located the individual in the shower. Recognizing the immediate danger, they moved him to a safe location and began CPR without hesitation. The officers worked seamlessly, taking turns providing life-saving chest compressions while gathering critical medical information for responding EMS. For approximately 9 minutes, CPR was continually administered while awaiting the ambulance. Because of their persistence and training, the male began breathing on his own and pulse was restored prior to EMS arrival. He was then transported to the hospital where the vital signs were reported to be stable. This incident is a powerful reminder that law enforcement is not only about enforcing the law, it's about service, compassion, and being prepared to act decisively within seconds matters most.
And for many of y'all that don't know, two of these officers have, last year, I believe it was, the reports also received the same award. Proud of them, and we take stock of every day in and day out.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chief, thank you. Item 3B, we are also extremely happy and pleased to be able to recognize the Van Alstyne Library tonight. We are proud to announce that the Van Alstyne Public Library has been awarded the 2025 Achievement Award of Library Excellence from the Texas Municipal Library Directors Association. This award recognizes our commitment to providing exceptional and innovative services. Of the 545 public library systems in Texas, Van Alstyne is one of only 101 to earn this distinction, placing us in the top 20% of all the public libraries in the state. Judy.
He's making his way down on the rest of some words that probably not going to be as Chief Barnes, but this is absolutely a team effort, and even the Citizen Library Directors Association are accomplished to be recognized by a group of my peers that of my team accomplished what we can. Rather amazing. We are looking forward to with innovative and diverse.
Absolutely.
I'd like to get my staff to join me, and I would like to recognize library board members that came. Thank you, Tracy. So,
I haven't been to the library for a little while, it's because right now it's undergoing renovation.
Yes.
And you can follow the pictures, Mike and Judy do a weekly update on the city pages. It's going to be outstanding. Mike wants to step over just a little bit. You can step up. Okay, good, Mike?
That's good.
All right. Thank you all very much and congratulations.
Got it.
Okay, well, the library staff and board are making their way out. Some of you are out there in the lobby and may make yourselves comfortable. Yeah. Standing on Amy's desk, in other words. Item 4 on our agenda is public testimony. A member of the public who desires to address the council regarding an item on the following open meeting agenda is invited to speak for up to 3 minutes. No discussion or action by law may be taken on any other topic other than to make statements of brief factual information or to recite existing policy in response to any other inquiry. Public comment form should be filled out. I have 4 of those. So I will take them in order. Ms. Barbara Bianchi. Hi, Barbara, welcome. I'm going to set a timer, please. I should mention before you get started that we are on Facebook Live tonight. I think it's Facebook, maybe YouTube or both. YouTube.
Okay.
So y'all try to behave yourselves and I'll do the same.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Bianchi. I'm an 8-year citizen of Van Alstyne, Texas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and esteemed panel, for letting me speak my piece. I'm here representing some of the homeowners in the 200 block of West Marshall. We're just west of Highway 5. We have a very bad flooding erosion problem there. This has been addressed several times, and every time we think we have someone's ear, you change public works people on us. So I'm going to tell you what our concerns are, because we are experiencing severe erosion in our block due to the flooding caused by all of the parking lots, homes, large buildings built north and east of our community, which is bounded by Highway 75 on the west, Highway 5 on the east, Van Alstyne Parkway on the north, and Georgetown on the south. We present proof of our section, the 200 block of West Marshall, and understand that the city has been notified of the same problems from some other homeowners located behind Brahms and possibly over on Kelly. Would like to wonder if the city requires builders and contractors to mitigate for flooding and erosion when they're asking for building permits. The ground used to soak up the water around here. That's the reason you don't have a lot of storm gutters, because the old farmers needed that water. We need it now because all of the cement, all of the construction is making that water flow into our older neighborhood. The property damage, there's a huge impact on the property value, and I have pictures to show. I don't have pictures. I can bring these pictures back and let the city copy them tomorrow. Here's one. This is what my lot looked like when we first had it surveyed in 2017. And
20 seconds, ma'am.
2017, actually it was 8/20/2017. Here's just another shot of it. There's no house built there. So we built our home. Keep in mind what you're looking at here. Here's erosion that's taking place today. That's what the drainage ditch looks like.
Okay, can you wrap it up in the next 20 seconds or so?
Sure,
Leave the
sure.
pictures with
I
us.
have a whole bunch more pictures. I would like to very quickly get to, there's health issues due to standing water in the ditch, which causes mosquitoes. We are trying to fight those. There's huge impact in that the culvert road, cement under that road is totally breaking away. The rebarb is shooting through. It's starting to sink. The water is eroded under it. The actual ground under Marshall in the 200 block is going. We have health concerns because the water contamination due to chemicals poured in the ditch, dirty diapers, drug paraphernalia, construction material, and hundreds of beer cans.
Okay,
And we can go much more.
thanks for your comments, we appreciate it. As a statement of fact, the city does require developers to turn in and evaluate the drainage when development occurs. Some of that development's been over there for a while. So, but I'm confident the city will get back with you. Thank you.
Did you tell me who I could contact this time?
Mr. Jones, care to comment? I think our city manager is going to make a...
Ma'am, I'd be more than happy to come out and visit with you and see it firsthand. And I think if you stay for the whole meeting, you're going to see that the city is, staff is recommending to council that we conduct a citywide study on drainage. The issue that you point out is very clear, and we need to have a solution and a means, financial means by which to address it. Well beyond your site and several others.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Next person I have is Matt Crabb. I may be mispronouncing that. Matt?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I am Matt Krabby. I am a head coach of a 14U baseball team, a club team here in Van Alstyne. We only have Van Alstyne kids on our team. We have 11 8th graders and 1 7th grader on our team. We made this team for Van Alstyne. We buy our uniforms from a local shop here, 5175. We actually recently had a baseball camp where we charge them $25 per kid. Us coaches, I have another coach here with me today, we do not get paid for this, which is very rare in club ball these days. We're here because we love to do it. But the issue of us doing it, we're having trouble getting the fields. Right now, I'm here because we were told that by a Parks and Rec person that you guys set this rule in effect. We can only schedule 2 hours per week in advance. That's one practice for us. We try to practice at least 3 times a week. We were then told, open 3 accounts. Open 3 accounts. So our goal is to try to talk to somebody and find a way where we can rent the fields a month in advance, 2 weeks in advance, because telling my parents, hey, I don't know if we're gonna have practice Thursday and it's Monday, it's not okay. We're trying to do good in the community. Right now, there are soccer teams being played on it. There's 8U, 10U teams being played on a high school baseball field. I'm referring to the old high school baseball field right now. Our 14U team, there is no other fields to practice on in Van Alstyne. That's the only field we have available to us. We started in the fall, and it worked really well. The director of the Parks and Recreation Department has helped us out. We've emailed him after. Right now, there's an 8-day. You must schedule your 2 hours 8 days in advance. After those 8 days, we have to email the Parks and Rec director, which he's being gracious to let us go after the 8 days. But there's no chance for us to run a successful baseball youth program here when we can only schedule 2 hours per practice per week. I'm hoping there's a new way to plan this, get through this. Like I said, we start in the fall. My coach has pictures of how the field has progressively got worse. I'm not sure why soccer players are on baseball fields or why 10-year-olds are on a 14-year-old baseball field. I'm not sure of that, and it's not my answer. It's not my question to figure out. But I'm looking for a solution for our team. I feel like we're trying to do it the right way. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Clarifying question, you're separate from VASA, is that correct?
Correct. We are not associated with VASA.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your comments. I believe that's correct. Next card I had is from Matt Hassenbach. Matt, I see that you want to address agenda item 8D. Would you prefer that you wait till we get to that agenda? Yeah. That would be fine. I'll be sure and recognize you at that time. And the next card I have is Miss Marshall Bell. The agenda item being Kelly Lane resolution. Would you like to address this now? It is not, no ma'am. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, trustees, mayor, and fellow taxpayers. My name is Marshall Bell, and I'm a resident in Georgetown Estates off of Kelly Lane, who attended both December P&Z and last P&Z meeting when this topic was discussed. So I'm very shocked to see this resolution drafted before the city council tonight for a vote based on the December P&Z meeting. This action item was tabled so that all the decision makers and affected parties, i.e. the county representatives, city management, TxDOT reps, and developer landowners would have time to arrange a meeting of the minds and come up with a satisfactory solution for that interchange section where Kelly Lane and County Line Road meet. As far as I'm aware, that meeting has yet to take place. which is why P&Z opted to remove that agenda item this last meeting. My takeaway from being at both of those meetings is that it was the desire of the committee members, P&Z, that development of any kind should not ensue until that corridor of County Line and Kelly Lane is finalized and integrated into the master plan for that area. It appears the developers want to put the cart before the horse, as they say, because we all know that area will be one of the highest densities of traffic in Van Alstyne in the next 5 to 10 years, arguably probably even sooner. Sorry, I lost my spot. If I am not mistaken, the developers paid for a traffic study and submitted that report to the city, but my question is, why would we trust that? Why would we not have an unbiased third party conduct that study, since it will affect so many people who will frequent that area? Isn't it the job of P&Z to be mindful of 10, 15, 20 years out? And by voting yes tonight, wouldn't you be circumventing your colleagues on P&Z? I'm having a very hard time understanding how we can make rash decisions on an area that hasn't fully been planned out yet. The biggest hesitation I heard from Jim Dubois was at the previous meeting was that Kelly Lane does not line up with northbound access road. And this resolution does not solve that problem. Because of that, I'm requesting that this resolution be denied until those decision makers can have that meeting to discuss a comprehensive plan that appeases all parties and that considers the residents and the potential transient visitors who will be driving there. We have examples all over Texas where roads are an afterthought and then had to be redone because it wasn't thoroughly thought through. Why make taxpayers pay for something twice when it could be done right the first time? In the resolution, it states,
Please continue.
30 seconds. In the resolution, it states staff believes this is a reasonable request and the segment required to be constructed at this time. Well, my statement to staff is you don't live there. We do. This does not affect your home appraisals if it's done poorly. It will affect ours. And the residents will have to live with whatever this body passes or amends. And if our P&Z had justifiable cause to pause and regroup, I don't believe your opinion matters. With that being said, it is not lost on me of the predicament that the city is in, being handed a rotten bag of apples to make an apple pie. I appreciate the challenge that has been put before you with the issues you've had with Mantua, and I would hope that the developers would want to be responsible neighbors to the taxpayers who have been paying taxes in that area for some years, and be reasonable in finding solutions that make sense for the amount of motorists that will be funneled into that area once development is fully complete.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
You're welcome.
I too look forward to the discussion later on our agenda tonight. That concludes the public testimony portion of our agenda for tonight. Taking us to item 5. Sorry, Mike, I'll do better with my mic. Public hearings, item 5A, conduct a public hearing and approve subject to the adoption of a rezoning ordinance and development agreement of aforesaid property, a request to rezone approximately 0.6 acre tract of land from two-family residential district to PD, Planned Development District, with an underlying designation of SFTH, Single-Family Residential District Townhome, generally to modify the development standards located on the southeast corner of East Jefferson Street, State Highway 121, and South John Douglas Road. Mr. Glushko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As you stated, this is a request to rezone the 0.6 acres located on the southeast corner of John Douglas and Jefferson. Essentially, this is somewhat of a simple request, I'd say. The property is currently zoned for duplex development, and this request is to rezone it to a PD to allow for development of townhomes. Currently, there are no current plans for development at this time of specific houses. The PD request itself is intended to modify development standards such as setbacks and things of that nature. So at the point in time in the future when townhomes are developed, that they could be accommodated in accordance with the standards set forth in the proposed development standards that are within your packet. I would note that I would estimate currently that under the duplex zoning, there could be approximately 8 or 9 units developed. With this request, it would accommodate approximately 7 townhomes. You'd have with 4 townhomes facing Jefferson and approximately 3 homes fronted and facing John Douglas. The planned development zoning regulations would obligate the development to be rear entry so that the houses are pushed close to the roadways to provide a nice aesthetic into the downtown. In addition to that, since there are no current plans for elevations or buildings at this time, the staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission are recommending that the Architectural Review Panel, or ARP, consider the elevations at the time that this particular site is laid out. Also included within the zoning are some conceptual elevations that show the types of elevations that should be considered once development is imminent. And those are included as well as shown here on the screen. You did receive 1 public hearing notice reply form in opposition to this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission had a series of recommendations for approval. They did recommend the ARP consider elevations at the time of development. They also had a recommendation that no access be provided from Jefferson unless it were for emergency service purposes only. There was a recommendation that screening from the south adjacent residential properties be provided. In addition to that, they're recommending approval of a development agreement that includes requirement for masonry construction. And the one remaining item of note is they did recommend that the rear setback, these being alley-served rear entry townhomes, would have a rear setback of 20 feet. And that was essentially to accommodate a driveway so that vehicles wouldn't be parked in the driveway and conflicting with the rear alley or rear driveway. Staff is making a recommendation that that standard be modified to a garage door setback to allow additional flexibility for the rear of the home to go closer towards the alley, but then would obligate a driveway to be 20 feet in depth so that the car doesn't encroach into the driveway. So with that recommendation, staff has recommended approval of this request, subject to the conditions on the screen. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you have of staff at this time prior to the public hearing.
Thank you, Alex. Yes.
Alex, is that on here for this?
For the
Architectural Review Board and for,
Yes, the ARP approval has been incorporated into the request that's in front of you. The allowance that no access, with the exception of non-emergency access, that has been incorporated into the request. Screening has been incorporated into the request. And the 20-foot rear garage setback has also been incorporated into the standards that are in front of you. So the only thing that would need to be read into approval, if the council were wishing to approve this, is that it be approved subject to an ordinance and a development agreement with the masonry. Everything else has been added to this request.
Mayor and council, yes, the motion could be made to adopt the rezoning ordinance with the recommendations of staff. They're in the agenda packet as well as on put up on the board, but they are in the agenda packet, bullet pointed in the recommendations. So with staff recommendations would get all of the things that have been mentioned.
Thank you.
If
Katrina?
I could just go real quick, because I know Dusty has quite a bit to say. But you said 8 duplex units or 7 townhomes. So 8 duplex units, are you saying 8 buildings or 4 units with 2 families?
Thank you for that clarification. And it's an approximation based on the duplex land area. It would be 4 buildings, each which have 2 units.
It
So
doesn't even add up if you go with our ordinance for duplexes. Like, it's impossible to put that many. But anyway, thanks for the clarification. The other thing is, you said there would be no entry or exit from Jefferson, yet it says on here the L-shaped alley extends from Jefferson to Sherman. So the alley, which is where everybody's going to park, which is where everybody's going to exit, says it goes out on Jefferson. So it contradicts It contradicts itself in our packet.
Understood. The response to that is, there, of course, this would, development of the townhomes would be required to do a site plan and lay it out. So this particular layout just shows the original town, it was divided, and it's anticipated that the townhomes would line up on those original lots, the 4 facing north, the 3 facing to the west. Should it be done in that way, you would have an L-shaped alley, and this may be hard for me to describe, but if an L-shaped alley coming off of Sherman and then north toward FM 121 would allow alleyways and driveways into the rear of the units, it would just have to be, access would have to be restricted to FM 121. So you would still have an L-shaped alley where cars could get to their driveway and then exit back out onto Sherman. But the connection to FM 121 would only be for emergency services.
So you're saying the alley would go from Sherman to John Douglas and not 121 like this packet says?
It would go from Sherman to the west and then north up to FM 121 to provide.
So that is,
What I've seen in the past, if I can help clarify, is a gate can be put there that only the fire department, police department can access.
but if that's the alley, that's how they get in and out. So they can
They
only
would
get
get
in and
out.
out of Sherman?
That's the
That's
proposal.
not gonna work. The other thing is, why, you put on here, no access being provided from East Jefferson unless required for emergency services. Why don't we know if that's required for emergency services? Like, it's coming for approval, why don't we know that already? Do we not know what is required?
Well, we would, essentially, I think maybe to add on to the mayor's point, is we would have an emergency, if it was, based on how this is laid out, if there's an access point that's required there for emergency services, it could be provided. We could have a gate, we could have some restricted access point where an engine or an EMS vehicle could access from FM 121. That may or may not be required depending on how this particular property lays out. And so it's written into the zoning where an access point could be permitted for emergency services should it be needed.
Otherwise, they're gonna have to go, is it gonna be a 2-lane alley? Because I live with a rear entry house, and there's no way, you can't get 2 cars through there.
It would essentially be and I don't know what our alley specification is specifically, whether it's 14 feet or 12 feet, but it would be essentially a two-way alley that meets city
Well, 2 ways
section.
would be to 121. Otherwise, it's a 1-way to go to Sherman. See what I'm saying? It says Jefferson to Sherman. So if it's only one exit, then it's only 1 way.
Yeah, it would effectively be a one-way, well, it would allow for two-way traffic. So if I lived on lot number 10, if I entered in off of Sherman, went west, up the alley, and then I pulled into my garage on lot number 10, and I'd back out, and I would go back out to Sherman. So in that way, it would be two-way, it would allow for two-way vehicular traffic, but it
only
would.
one exit, basically, or entrance. I'll defer to Dusty's
Okay,
questions.
yeah, I got a few questions. So you said that our current duplex is 8 to 9 units, and we're going down to 7, correct?
That's my approximation.
Where are you getting the 8 to 9?
So to estimate that, I take the square footage that's required for a duplex lot, and then I take, for planning purposes, just generally speaking, I'll take 70% of a land area and take out and remove it for concrete or open space or things of that nature. So there's net 70% buildable area. Divide that by the duplex acreage and come up to the number of lots, and for a duplex, multiply that by 2.
Okay, I want to compare a couple things here. I'm going to start with what's being presented tonight versus what is currently there now. What's being presented tonight on townhomes is the front to be 10 feet. Right now, the duplex says it's 25 feet. The side yard on the street, we're presenting tonight 10 feet. The duplex is 15 feet. The side interior, what you're presenting tonight is 0. The duplex is 10. The rear yard of what's being presented tonight is 10. What's currently there is 25. Right now, the lot area is 9,000 square foot is required for a duplex, but you're presenting a 2,000 square foot. Lot width, you're presenting 22. What's on there now is 75. So it sounds like you're shrinking a lot of stuff in here. We're going down on a lot of numbers with this townhome. It's not making sense. And the other thing is the max lot coverage that you're presenting tonight is 80%. Right now, as it sits, it's 50-60%. So it seems like what's being presented is a lot more density than what's actually there right now.
The only way I can respond to that is we're trying to create accommodate the ability to bring the townhomes to the front. Of course, we've reduced the side setback so that townhomes can, of course, be attached.
But we're losing land space. We're cramming more in there on this versus what's currently in our ordinance. And I could go back and I could talk about what's in our ordinance for townhomes right now too, because that's a whole nother set. Like the front yard on right now in our townhomes is 10, but this is presenting as, or it's right now it's 20, you're presenting 10, and it goes on, it's the same thing. Right now, our townhome ordinance says max lot coverage is 60, 65, you're presenting 80. So it's going against everything we have in both ordinances, what it's zoned as now versus also what our townhome ordinance is.
Understood. And I do think we are accommodating for more buildable area and potentially less density, but I certainly concede to your point.
Bottom line is what I'm trying to get at is what it is zoned at right now is less dense than what's being presented.
And certainly, I think that would make sense from a floor area ratio, but perhaps not necessarily from a number of units per acre. But I'm not trying to be disagreeable, but I think what we're both saying is true. It's less dense in terms of population, more in terms of building area.
And let me throw this in there too. Current zoning for the duplex, if it were to be a two-story duplex, if it is adjacent to a single-family lot, which all this is, that it has to have at least a 25-foot, two stories, a 60-foot setback. One story is 25, which is, again, this is way more dense what you're showing versus what's there. So, that's all I gotta say.
Can I ask just a clarifying, the 10 feet for the front, or whatever faces the road, which would be 121 and John Douglas, it's like, that's 10 feet, plus you have a shade tree there, plus you have a road right there. 10 feet is what they build, like your patio on your backyard, like, that's very close to the road. Like, how is that even safe?
Especially at that intersection.
It's fair, and I think.
121, like, I don't understand.
Understood, and again, this is a plan development to accommodate development. The townhome would provide an opportunity for a different, unique ownership option, and so I would like to put that in there, but also, it is not uncommon for townhomes to be situated closer to a roadway. It provides a streetscape.
Our ordinances, this doesn't follow our ordinances either.
And yes, and that's the reason for that we're proposing the plan development to allow for some modifications and deviations. And of course, this is it's up to the city council's discretion as to whether or not, of course, this is approved or not. We just think this provides an opportunity for some aesthetic, but I certainly concede and understand the points you're making.
I had one more question about the HOA, because it said that they would be responsible for the yards and the grass and stuff. Well, if you're only requiring masonry to be on the bottom floor, the top floor can be made out of whatever that's probably going to need to be painted often. Who's going to be responsible for that? And if they're connecting, that's two homeowners that would have to pay for that. Usually in a townhome, anything I've been accustomed to, the HOA pays for, the outside of the building, the roof, the painting, the maintenance of the whole thing. And this agreement doesn't say that anyway.
Well, yes.
So you're going to have one home that's going to be, green, one that's going to be orange. I mean, if the homeowner chooses to paint a little line on their section, I mean, it could happen. What's going to prevent that?
Nothing. With the HOA restrictions were put in to protect the integrity of the outside, the landscaping, the facade. Again, that's been built in as an added protection. We haven't, there's no covenants, there's no restrictions. We would review those before they would be adopted. So we could, that's a fair point, and that's something that we'd have to make sure was built into the deed restrictions.
Yeah, and I want to say this too. I think on something at this magnitude, and we discussed it. Van Alstyne, our international building goes, we're at 2013, 2015. We're behind any other town around us. And for something this big, we need to talk about sprinkler systems. This is a big thing. And so I think we need to update our building codes before we even consider anything like that anywhere in town.
It's a very fair point, and we are hoping this spring to adopt a more current series of building and fire codes, and I certainly acknowledge that point.
Other questions or comments for Alex from the council before we go to the public hearing?
Yeah.
Sir.
As far as what's on here tonight, this is like literally just a rezoning request. Anything moving forward would be subject to an improvement or an architectural renderings.
So what this would do is this would rezone the property. I mean, it'd be subject to an ordinance to come back, but, so it wouldn't be totally finalized this evening, but it would rezone the property and would allow townhomes, but it would require that they develop according to the standards that Dusty has outlined with the setbacks and things of that nature. And it would obligate a site plan approval in the future by the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council, as well as elevation approval by the ARP. So it would come back to the City Council, but not in a discretionary manner. This zoning would essentially set the entitlement in place.
No, I get that, but on the planned development, so like we can, have conversations about setbacks and all that stuff. Like,
Setbacks are in here.
No,
no, I understand, but is there any way that we can separate the two out to, obviously, positioning that piece of property as a place where townhomes can go from a sense of a rezoning, but then narrow down these concerns that we're all having about odd and setbacks and
if I made the most likely scenario where that could occur would be that we have a townhome developer who has land planned the property and knows specifically where the alley's going to go, the lots need to go, the size of the building, things of that nature. And then that would more precisely indicate what the setbacks and so forth need to be. This is somewhat of a speculative zoning where we've put in some criteria that we think can accommodate a future townhome development based, because these townhome regulations they may not be consistent with Van Alstyne's townhome standards, but they're pretty consistent with other townhome standards in cities surrounding us and so forth. So,
But we're here, why are we doing other towns' ordinances when we have our standards? If they want to build here, they should meet our standards.
and that's a good point. I would say, and I don't want to say too much, but I'm afraid that our particular, and Dusty may be able to confirm this, when we look at a townhome type development that fronts the street, provides high-pitched roof, it requires rear entry, our standards don't seem to accommodate that very well. And our codes do need to be amended in some regards. So I would suggest that they don't accommodate the type of townhome we may want to be able to consider. And some cities have townhome 1, townhome 2, townhome 3. Ours may favor the less dense type of townhome development.
And that's the reason, like.
I don't think we're so much against the townhome thought process. It's
Just put
the
two.
number of them and how close to the road and all those things, all those factors. It's just, we're cramming a lot into one little area. That's already a very high populated area with traffic and everything going through, and we're just gonna dump stuff right in the middle of it.
Like, we have standards, but then when we get these, it's like, why do we even have them? Because we're always asked to give a variance of some type for no reason. Like, it's still not masonry, it's still only the first floor masonry.
Right, and the applicants, the city doesn't have the ability to necessarily regulate masonry. This rezoning request would.
That's what this is supposed to be, right?
It would in the zoning, but the applicants agreed to enter into a development agreement that obligates masonry, so that would be,
At the bottom, though.
right, and so in a lot of applications, when you have stone or brick on the first floor and you have a siding or other things, it gives a little bit more flexibility for some architectural creativity. I mean, it could be that if we had a developer show up and they want to do all brick, like typified on some of these examples, they'd certainly be willing to do it. But the way we've crafted these standards allows kind of like the picture well, I guess none of these pictures are great examples of the mixture of materials, but the mixture of materials provide a little bit more flexibility for the architects.
And even if we don't approve it tonight and it stays duplex, that doesn't mean duplexes are gonna be built there. Because next year you could come back and say, well, it wants to be business or it wants to be single family home.
That's very true. That's very true. But however, the Planning and Zoning Commission could receive a plat and duplexes could be built there
But it would
tomorrow.
be less density than that.
And that's true.
Right, they would have to follow the current guidelines.
Other questions or comments before we go to the public hearing? Thanks for the dialogue. Thanks for the presentation, Alex. I make it 7:17, and we will enter into the public hearing for this proposed zoning change. Is there any member of the public who would like to address council on this topic? Second call for comments from the public. Third and final call. We'll declare the public hearing closed, still 7:17, and we're now into the council discussion and consideration portion of this. So quite a bit of dialogue. Is the developer here or a representative thereof that might want to address the council or answer any questions?
Anybody want to jump into that?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Benton.
So this all started with a meeting with, at the city to say, what can be done with this property that would be more pleasing to the city than just duplexes. And so that's where the conversation started with regard to home ownership and it being a townhome development as opposed to just 4 duplexes or 3 duplexes or whatever. It's a rental community. It's kind of the entrance to our downtown. The conversation went with regard to McKinney's downtown and how they have begun to build density around it to provide walkability and to provide citizens who would partake in whatever the commercial endeavors were of the city. So that's kind of where this all started in the direction it went. And so through the 2 meetings with P&Z, that were made, and the owner of the property isn't, all they're trying to do is put the property in a position that would be satisfactory to the city and would be something that would, enhance the city. And if, this isn't it, then that's certainly your all's prerogative to be there. But it was just the thought process that home ownership, density around downtown to provide walkability, and to take a duplex rental area and to make it home ownership was the goal. With regard to setbacks and the density of the site, it's already platted, as you know, in these lots from the Old Town Plat that Van Alstyne. This isn't a change to how it was platted when the city of Van Alstyne was laid out. That's exactly the way the lots were done at that time. And so that's kind of where it started and where we are, and where it needs to go from here is certainly up to y'all and the prerogative. If you want to just leave it duplex and that's the way they can develop it, then that's fine. If you want to try to work with a townhome thought process and to begin to utilize that home ownership around the downtown area and the central business district, the reason that it went to the architectural committee of downtown is that it needs to be aesthetically pleasing and it needs to be complementary to the old town design. So that's the reason that it was going to go that direction. But I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
I'll start with one, and you may not know or may not be ready to answer, but it would certainly help, it seems to me, if that property were to be combined with some others on the block and solve some access as well as setback issues. Do you know if that's been explored?
Not by this owner. I do not own the property, just to be clear. I
Thanks for that
fully
clarification.
represent the gentleman that does, and we just focus strictly on this particular piece of property and how do you get from here to there?
Thank you. Yes, anyone else?
I like the thinking, but I don't like the plan too much in that 0.6 of an acre. So if that's, what you brought to us is what we have. So we have to make a decision based on that, not trying to solve everybody's problems. Like our ordinance was clear. This doesn't meet it. So to me, it's pretty clear.
So I think the thought process there needs to be is, what do you want? What do you want it to look like? And then the ordinance needs to fit whatever that is. And if you've got an ordinance that doesn't exactly allow for townhomes that need to be built in that area and need to be designed for those sites that developers would actually build on. I just think that needs to be addressed. I don't have an answer for that, but I think you need to look at that and say, is this ordinance appropriate for what we really want here, or is it not? And if not, how does that need to be amended?
Then it seems like it would have been brought to us according to our ordinance, and then if there were issues and you need a variance about a certain thing, 5 feet, whatever, that would be different, but instead, it looks like you're trying to cram as many things as you can on a little bitty lot.
And that really wasn't the focus. It was really to utilize the lots as they were laid out in the old town plat. And so that's kind of where this went. You know, one of the problems, obviously, is the fact that we don't have a developer that's coming to you and saying, here's what we're going to build on it. But at the same time, if it's zone duplex and he sells it as a duplex, then whoever buys it's going to plat it, is going to utilize it under that zoning and build duplexes on the sites.
Maybe, or
probably.
they might come back and
It's a
meet our
possibility,
ordinance.
absolutely.
Okay,
So-
other questions from Mr.
I just
Benton?
want to say, I do like the thought process of owning the home, but looking at the rest of that area, it's all single-family homes. Personally, I'd rather go back to that, because that's what it was originally was, single-family homes versus duplex or townhomes, you know.
And,
You can pass that on,
well,
maybe you won't make as much
yeah, I
money
don't-
that way,
I don't
but
think it'll
that's what I
work.
would like.
And you can look at at how you develop that site in 2026 with single family. It probably not very realistic.
But, in all reality, every home that's around downtown is a single-family residence.
Right.
So if there is going to be some sort of addition to walkability, to some density, to have people living downtown, which all the numbers, all the studies show that helps thrive, or makes your downtown thrive, is having people actually that live downtown. It helps businesses, it helps retail, it helps all your food, all the things that are there. Then there are going to have to be, or we're going to have to look at opportunities that are similar to this that have, because there's not land just doesn't grow out of nowhere. So when that is available, you do have to take a look at the other side. And yeah, in a perfect world, you build 2 homes on it and they'd own it and it'd be beautiful coming in. But in all reality, you got to have people, I think you have to have people living in your downtown or right near your downtown that are spending as much time or money as they can in your downtown. So,
I want what y'all want, and you know that. So if townhomes are appropriate for this site and there's a way to make that work, that's great, certainly open to that, and I'll convey that to the owner. If not, then he can market it the way it's currently zoned.
well, it's better than duplexes, in my opinion.
I don't think anyone's saying no on townhome, they're just saying no on that many in that small area.
It's like when every one of our ordinances, like the measurements, every single one of them, and it's not just a little off.
Well,
It's a lot off.
let's do this. We can go back and plot it under current ordinances and see if it'll even work. And then we'll see where it goes from there.
I like that.
Any other questions for Mr. Benton while we have him here?
Thanks.
I would comment that I would say we could ignore the existing plat lines. Those go out the window. I appreciate trying to stick with it, that what's up there, 4 facing north and 3 facing west, but to me, those get replatted. I'm not opposed to a little more density than what's in the current ordinance if there's some trade-off there.
Okay.
And the access problem is a big one for me. I know in the P&Z meeting, the comment was made, and that picture looks like there's an alley that goes south. One of the homeowners in that area says the city auctioned that off or sold that to the surrounding property sometime back. I don't know if that's true, but I will tell you there's not a house on lot 17 and 18.
So
I don't know who owns
the
it.
alleyway was abandoned by the city to the property owner.
Yes.
There is an ordinance, that's all been proved up, so it is fact. And the exit onto 121, the debate back and forth about the safety of that, not safety of it, it obviously works better if you have that exit. But the trade-off was you need that, and I think whether we've studied it or not, I think any emergency service is gonna say, we want an emergency entrance there.
Definitely.
And exit, so.
If there's
I
only
think
one
that's
other
a
option.
given.
Yep.
But that can go into the same discussion.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Now that we've allowed Mr. Benton to go back to your seat, and thank you for stepping up and answering some questions.
So are they withdrawing the request, or are we voting?
I don't-
Tabling it, or?
To my knowledge, the request is not withdrawn. We can take action upon it.
That we can table it. Give it time to come back and,
Well, it wouldn't be tabling it if it's the same request.
No, they come back with something different.
Request coming in
Yep.
with different numbers.
just a table, or is that a?
I guess, Mayor and Council, in order, it could be tabled, but I guess we'd want clear indications from the applicant or the applicant's rep that that's what was being requested. It was mentioned coming back with something else. I'm not currently, as the mayor said, I think there's a pending request before you, so.
What if we took no action?
You could, yes, council could take no action on it.
How is that? It's a request and it's not withdrawn. How do we not vote on it? If it's not tabled?
Generally, they'll be either tabled indefinitely or tabled to a date certain. If it's applicant's request to table it in order to come back with a new proposal, that could be done. The other thing council could do if they're inclined to take action on it, but want to see this come back in, or okay, you could make a motion to deny without prejudice, and then the applicant could come back within the time period when they have a new request.
I think that's the winner.
Do that.
I make a motion to deny without prejudice.
I will second.
Got a motion and a second to deny without prejudice. Is there further discussion? The other option we have that Mr. Ritter didn't mention, we could amend the heck out of the PD if we wanted tonight. To me, that's too much detail to handle at a council meeting. I think we have expressed some favorability towards the project, just not the details of this PD as it's presented here tonight. So I think some rework of the PD based on some of the comments that we've heard tonight would be potentially favorable in the future. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, it's time to vote. All in favor of the motion to deny without prejudice, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carries 6 votes to 0. Thank you all very much for the discussion. Moving to our second public hearing of the night, conduct a public hearing and approve, subject to the adoption of a rezoning ordinance and development agreement for said property, a request to rezone approximately 2.8 acre tract of land from single-family residential district SF1 and single-family residential district SF2 to planned development district PD with an underlying designation of SF65, single-family residential district, generally to modify the development standards to allow for the development of a church, rectory, place of worship, including a daycare center, Church of Christ, located on the northeast corner of West Jefferson Street and Hobson Street. Alex, welcome back. Long time no see.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. As you'll see from time to time, and probably more often than not, we do get requests for plan developments because it is hard at times to meet all the various standards of our ordinances. And so the plan development district does, like in the last case as well as within this one, does allow an opportunity, provides for some modified development standards to accommodate certain development. This is the subject property before you. It is owned by the Church of Christ. With those of you that may be familiar, it has expanded somewhat eastward, and with the acquisition of those 2 residential properties on the far east side of the property. I won't go too far into detail on this. I will turn this presentation over to the applicant to discuss it, but I will provide some quick highlights. The main purpose for this request is for the church to be able to accommodate their ultimate campus. So the top left picture kind of shows the structures and property as it exists today, and your plan development zoning exhibits you have on the bottom right shows the ultimate campus layout. And so to accommodate the goals of the church, there are a couple deviations to development standards that I'll touch on briefly, and then turn it over to the church to provide all the context and detail about the remainder of their project request. So the main 2 purposes for the PD are to allow for additional building height and also to accommodate daycare and with some modified regulations. So I do have a slide on the next slide, or the one after, that does show the increased building height. The property is currently zoned single-family 1 and single-family 2. That carries with it a max building height of 35 feet. The church is proposing a 35 to 40-foot tall building, but there is a 60-foot tall tower element, as well as a cross on top of that that reaches up to 75 feet in height. The SF 1 and 2 regulation don't allow for a daycare by right, so this plan development request would allow for a daycare on the property by right, and the applicant is proposing to reduce the required play area for that daycare. And I'll let them elaborate on the purposes and rationale behind that. At the Planning and Zoning Commission, I will say that the request has been modified slightly from the time it went to the Planning and Zoning Commission to the time it's coming to City Council, based on some feedback that the church received. And one of those is, at the time the Planning and Zoning Commission considered this request, the play area was located on the south side of the property, adjacent to Jefferson. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend that that play area be set back 20 feet from Jefferson. And so with some site reconfiguration, that play area has been moved to the north side of the site along Rigsby and is set back 15 feet. So by and large, these are the main deviations from the zoning standards. But I'll turn it over to the applicant in a moment to elaborate on the request. So here's your site layout. It does show the relocated play area on the north side of the site, set 15 feet back from Rigsby. And you'll see that in the blue, it shows the location of the 60-foot tower element and the cross as well, located internal to the site. This is an exhibit, a site elevation exhibit that does show the, which you can see for parapets being 37 feet, 40 feet, the tower element being 60 as well. And here are some building elevations that show the look and feel of the building, as well as the perspective building materials. You did receive 3 public hearing notice reply forms in support of this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval, subject to the play area being 20 feet from the road. The exhibits being modified, the applicant is proposing to phase their development, so requesting that the applicant show the proposed parking being provided in. The applicant is committed to providing the required concrete parking by phase as needed, and so modifying the request to show that. And also modifying the request to show lighting and landscaping standards consistent with a commercial business or non-residential use adjacent to residential, as well as a approval of a development agreement that requires a minimum 60% masonry, meaning brick, stone, and 3-step stucco. There is an additional staff recommendation that the ultimate right-of-way widths along the 3 adjacent roadways be depicted on the zoning exhibits, as well as the associated right-of-way dedication. So that is an overview of the deviations and the recommendation. So I wanted to get those out on the table for your consideration while the applicant presents more detail about the request. And prior to the presentation, I'd gladly answer any questions you have of staff.
I have a quick one. There was an excellent discussion, and I don't want to try to summarize it. I'll leave that up to you, at P&Z, regarding why the base zoning on this was residential versus commercial. Do you recall that discussion, and care to summarize why we went that direction?
Yes, originally the applicant had proposed to have an underlying zoning designation of commercial. It's hard to predict the future. Should at some point in time the church find it necessary to sell the property or something else otherwise happens, because this is embedded within a residential district, staff feels it's appropriate to have an underlying residential designation. So if something were to happen in the future, that it would result in residentially zoned property rather than commercial.
Thank you. Any other questions for Alex before we hear from the developer and/or church? Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Brooks Wilson. I work for Wilson Planning Group. We are very happy to bring this to you. Is it going for you? Yeah. As Alex said, our request is for a planned development district with a SF65 underlying zoning. And as Alex said, we did accommodate the staff's request to change it from a C1 zoning to the SF because we do intend this church to be there for a long time. The church has been in existence for about 60 years, but they moved into this site in 1984, so they're probably one of the older residents of Van Alstyne, and they intend to stay here for a very long time. I don't think the SF65 will ever have to come into fruition, but we accommodated staff with that request. So the purpose of this is the church wants to expand its mission to allow educational programs. And the applicant does to retain the existing sanctuary, and that was one of the interesting setback issues that we had because the existing church is only 9 feet and a few inches away from the right-of-way of Rigsby. And obviously, if they're not going to move the church, that's a problem. So that was one of our requests for setbacks. Other than that, very few setbacks were requested or required. I don't think you really need to go through all the phases, but basically, phase 1 will be the education building, and we were asked to include the paved parking for each required parking in each phase, and we agreed to do that. One of the things that we did, as Alex noted, was we flipped the education building and the sanctuary building. So the sanctuary, the new sanctuary, is now going to face Jefferson, and the education building will face Rigsby. That we listened to the Planning and Zoning Commission concern about the playground being as close to Jefferson, which is a very busy street, and that Jefferson may in fact be widened at some point in the future. So we flipped the building so that the larger of the 2 buildings is going to be on Rigsby, where the children will be, although their pickup and drop-off will be internal on the site and not on Rigsby. So that was able to, that flip was able to put the daycare at the north end of the property and away from the busier street. Phase 2 is the construction of the new auditorium. It's going to have 450 seats and a foyer or gathering area, which is under the tower. So you've already seen that. That's the current configuration, and this is what we are proposing. At the current time, they will probably be building paved parking in a portion of the western triangle, and that will accommodate the requirements for the education building. And when the sanctuary is built, they will complete that parking lot. And as the church grows, they will build additional paved parking in where the 2 new buildings were purchased. The church also has a parking agreement with Scoggins Funeral Home to use for overflow parking, and that is also part of your packet. So the exterior of the church is supposed to be stone, brick, architectural grade metal paneling, or 3-step stucco. And we are signing a development agreement, as Alex mentioned, that requires a minimum of 60% masonry, which in this case is defined as brick, stone, and 3-step stucco. But there will be tile at the main entryway, and it seems to be a very attractive church. Although when you're looking at that, just try to flip it over this way because it's going to have the education building at the other end. So the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to approve the zoning request subject to several recommendations, which we have met. We respectfully ask for your approval, and I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have. Tom Jones is here to answer any engineering questions, and Grady Ebbensberger is here to answer any religious questions or church-related questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Always a pleasure to have you back. Any questions from council for Ms. Wilson? Mr. Jones? Before we open up the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, may I
Sure.
ask one question, please?
Absolutely.
Will there be a bell included at the top of that tower that will ring?
Would you like to answer that, Grady?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's just an architectural feature. It'll look like a bell tower, but there is no plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Hearing no other questions, I make it 7:42 and will open the public hearing regarding the expansion and rezoning of the church property. Anyone from the public wish to address council on this project at this time? Second call for comments. Third and final call for comments from the public regarding the church rezoning. Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. It's still 7:42, and we'll open up council discussion and consideration. Anyone from council have questions, comments regarding the plans?
I've got one.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lee.
What's our, this is for engineering, I don't know.
Mr.
No,
Jones.
no, that-
Our
not-
engineering.
Our engineering, what's our water and sanitary line? Dr. Lyon, are they?
Tristan's back there.
Tristan, what do you got?
She's nodding.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion regarding the requested zoning change.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Dusty has moved to approve. Marla has seconded the motion. Any question? Yes?
Just for clarification, is there any additional of approval? I believe adoption of an ordinance was certain. Not some of the other. Just for clarification.
Your motion, you want to go with all those P and Z recommendations and staff recommendations still?
I'm fine with how she presented it. I mean, with the playground where it was and all that stuff. It's fine with me.
Is that one of the addendums or whatever?
I believe, yeah, staff's recommendation would that it's subject to the adoption of a rezoning ordinance and development agreement. The development agreement is the only way for the city to guarantee that the masonry or, in fact, any building materials are met. I believe that's staff's recommendation.
So the P and Z recommendations are what you presented.
Yes, ma'am. We are completely in agreement with the recommendations, and we've already submitted a development agreement to the city.
Okay.
Is it those three things? Staff recommends approval of 1, 2, 3?
So the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation,
Looking at that.
Yeah, but the 20 feet from the road on the play is not, right?
yes, the applicant was not able to satisfy the 20 feet. It is instead 15 feet from Rigsby. So there would be that would be a deviation if you wouldn't recommend approval subject to the Planning and Zoning recommendations without the modification of the 20 feet.
Thank you. And just the note, when P and Z saw it, that play area was going to be on Jefferson.
Right.
Now it's been moved to Rigsby. So,
Correct.
thank you, Alex. Any further questions on the motion?
Put the addition of these.
Yeah.
Okay. So to be clear, the motion is to approve with P and Z recommendations,
With
which have
the-
been incorporated except for the play area.
Correct,
Okay, and subject to the development agreement.
correct.
Okay, then Marla seconded that motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, it's time to vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed or abstaining? That motion carries 6 votes to 0. All right, thank you all very much. Appreciate your answering all the questions and the excellent presentation. Item 7 is a presentation. Consider adopting a resolution approving an agreement with Teague, Nail, and Perkins for stormwater study and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents. Sorry. Oh,
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
let's get through this one.
Okay, there we are. I'm Mandy Clark. I'm with TNP. Also have with me tonight Sawyer Manis. So he is on our Water Resources team, and his team will be kind of managing the day-to-day of this project. So I'm just introducing him, but I'm Mandy Clark. I'm going to present this evening. So y'all have already had a public comment about drainage, so I know that's important to the community. And so just a little bit of background on a storm facility similar to your water, sewer, electric, your normal utilities. And it's a fee based on, how much use of the stormwater system a a property owner has. So if you have lots of open space and, pervious surfaces, grass and prairie land or things like that, you're going to have less runoff. More runoff is going to sink into the ground. And so less is going to run off. But as you develop, you're going to have more runoff because you're going to have more impervious surfaces, and you're probably experiencing that in town right now. I'm seeing a head nod. And so the local government code authorizes the creation of a stormwater utility fee that is based on the use of that stormwater system or drainage system. And so you can use that fee for lots of different things, anything related to your drainage system. So you can build a project and pay for the construction, the design, the land acquisition that goes along with that project. You can pay for operations and maintenance of your system. If you have a drainage channel that needs regular mowing, or you need to do some grading in certain areas periodically, or concrete maintenance, things like that, it can be used for that. You can pay for your staff, anybody that's working on it, or you can pay for portions of staff. If you have, smaller communities might not have dedicated staff for just drainage, so you can pay for whatever portion of that staff is doing that work. Administrative costs, stormwater permitting through TCEQ. And a big thing is you can also use it to pay for, debt service on bonds. And that's really kind of, a lot of projects are really big, and it may take years to collect enough fee to support it. But if you could issue a bond, you can pay it back, and you can do more projects, and you can do them faster that way. So it's a revenue bond, so it's not like it doesn't take an election and things like that. There are certain exemptions that are mandatory within the local government code. So if it's undeveloped land or land that somehow has its own drainage system that doesn't contribute to the cities, I don't really know what that would be, then you have to exempt it. Or like if you have a new development, if a residential lot is developed, you don't charge that lot until it is developed. And then optional exemptions. The city can exempt yourself. You can exempt the state or county property. You can exempt school districts. Most of the time, the school district is, a large contributor to your stormwater because they have the biggest, most developed lots in town. So the communities that we work in, most of the time, they don't exempt school districts. Cemeteries that are closed, I guess the purpose there is probably there's no one really there to pay that fee because they're closed and they're not taking new clients, so to speak. And then tax exempt properties are not exempt. So churches, nonprofits still have to pay. So all developed land may be built based on their impervious area. So how do you develop that rate? The first thing we would start with is your land use plan. And we would kind of catalog your land uses, and it's usually divided into residential versus non-residential. And so residential is your single family duplex townhome. Non-residential is apartments and anything commercial or industrial, that's not, a residential land use. And so we would inventory that because the fee is usually based on that particular land use, non-residential versus residential. I'm going to explain that a little bit more. So the basis of the fee is usually equivalent residential units. So they take a typical lot in your community, typical home in your community, and say this is the typical contributor to our drainage system. And so say your average home size in Van Alstyne is 2,500 square feet, it's just a number. That would be the basis for all of your fees. So every home in town would pay whatever you establish the rate at, $4, $5, $6, whatever you decide. And then for commercial, usually if your homes are homogeneously sized, if they're mostly, you have a lot of 2,500 or between 2,000 and 3,000 square feet, and you don't have a lot of outliers, setting it as a standard rate is usually the way most cities do it. But if you have like a large disparity between, you know, small homes to large homes, it might make sense to do a tiered structure. And that would be one of the things we would evaluate with our land use evaluation is we'd get your permitting records, TAD records, appraisal district records, and you know, see what that is, and then make those decisions. That we're doing the study so that we can make those decisions. And then non-residential fee is they take that 2,500 square foot or whatever it is and divide that into the impervious cover of a commercial property. So say you have a grocery store that has 100,000 square feet of impervious cover, parking lots and buildings. You divide that by the 2,500 and you get 40 equivalent residential units. And so their fee is multiplied by that 40. So if your fee is $5, multiply that by 40 and there's $200 a month. That's the typical way it's done. There's other options, but I'm just giving you kind of an overview of the typical way it's done. So here's an example. If you had a 10-acre commercial site and you had 90% coverage, I'm not going to go through each of the math, but their monthly fee would be about $627 a month for their stormwater utility fee. Some communities will set a different rate. Some communities will set a standard rate. It just depends on your direction. As we go through this, we'll make some recommendations and give you some different scenarios to consider as we go through it. And then the kind of how you justify having this is by saying what you need it for, and that's usually for your capital improvement program. And I've talked to your staff a little bit, and you have some known drainage problems in your community. We'll start with those. But I know you also want to do maybe a drainage master plan or a drainage study. So this fee can be used for that, and it can be used to establish that capital improvement program on an ongoing basis. And so, you know, the nice thing about a stormwater utility fee is different from like an impact fee or something like that. It's very flexible. You can add projects to it at any time. You can say, this is our new capital improvement program. We've added these projects. And, you know, depending on, you know, what your ordinance has established, you can adjust it through an ordinance periodically. So, so we would establish a kind of a rough CIP with your staff and y'all, and you know, and use that as the basis to give you some projections, knowing that additional things will be identified at a later date. And then we would also look at your operating expenses. What would you like to include there? What can be paid for through the fee? So we did a little benchmarking, and if y'all have additional cities, so I looked at some of your surrounding cities. So Melissa and Denison don't have a fee. You can kind of see the range. It varies from about $2 to a little under $8. The average of those cities there is $4.23. It's a little low on this side of the Metroplex. The Metroplex average is about $7.50. It's probably related to just growth is happening, and as growth happens, you'll probably start seeing those fees tick up a little bit. That's what we've seen elsewhere. So if you have other cities you want us to look at when we do the formal study, we're happy to do that. I just picked a few. So the next steps would be, you know, I think our contract is on the agenda tonight, and if you approve it, we would do the study. And then you have to establish an ordinance, or you have to adopt an ordinance establishing your city's drainage utility, your drainage system as a utility. So we'd work with your staff and your city attorney to get that ordinance together. And it involves a public hearing with some specific notice requirements. And then we would come back with a work session. And we can do both of the ordinances establishing the rate and the drainage system as a utility at the same time. That order doesn't really matter. But we will come back to you with a draft report and go through some different scenarios and get a feel for what you're comfortable with if you want to establish a fee, and talk through that, answer questions. If you want us to look at some different things, we can do that. It is intended to be, you know, an iterative process and very collaborative. So with that, I will answer any questions.
Questions from council, from Ms. Clark?
So first, you study the entire city and find the needs?
Well, we aren't going to do a drainage study as part of this. This will be just looking at we will use what we think, what you know of right now, and we will use that as the basis to set a rate. Usually, a drainage study for the entire city is usually a pretty expensive endeavor, and so that will justify some of the fee. And then if we know of little projects or big projects here and there, we can run some rough estimates and set up a kind of a real rough draft CIP to use as the basis for the fee. And then y'all can formalize it moving forward.
So this resolution on here says it's approving an agreement with Teague, Nail and Perkins for a stormwater study to identify the CIP projects needed to improve the city. So it's not really a study.
Study, and then we put together CIP that. But we.
I'm just wondering why the resolution says one, just for a fee study. Because when I read this, I thought they were actually going to, talk to neighbors like Barbara and find out what needs to be done, the cost, like, that's the way I understood it from the packet. So this is brand new from what we got in our packet. But they're the drainage, experts, right? It just looks like that from the packet, so I didn't know what you were asking us to approve, and it seems kind of backwards to me. It seems like you would do a study to identify all the areas, because one I mentioned that Barbara had called me yesterday about, it seemed like you weren't super aware of it, and so there's probably a whole lot of them that we're not aware of.
And that would be the ideal, but absent having that information, and if you can't fund it, this is kind of the starting point. It's a little backwards, but it works into that, can work into that study if you include that in as a part of the CIP.
Yes.
The fees for any additional studies moving forward, if there are.
Yes.
And then also, can the fees?
I believe so, yes. We would have to look into that a little bit, but yes, you can pay our fee. I think that might be an attorney question.
Yeah, I would say that falls under the purview of the subchapter C, Local Government Code 552.
Yeah, so maybe not with the initial, but if we have to bring y'all in.
Oh, of course. Absolutely, that's one of its main uses, is studies and construction is what you hope.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when we determine a fee, all that fun stuff, and we're going forward, would this fee be set? I don't want it to we set a fee and then we're going to increase it every year. Is this something we can set in place and say, this is it?
So you can do it several ways. So you don't have to do it every year. So what a lot of cities will do if they're just starting is set it at, say you set it at $4. You could also set that ordinance to increase it annually by $1.
Yeah,
if you want to do that.
Yeah.
That's an option, if you want to ease it into people's, because it can, especially for the commercial property, that it can be significant on their bill. And so some people will ease it in as a phased approach, but you can also say, this is our fee, and it's your fee until you decide to change the fee.
So we can cap it. We can say, this is the max it'll be, or, something. I don't want us to put something in place. We're not always going to be here.
Right.
And then down the road, it gets jacked up a lot and people can't. I know right now it sounds small, but everything hits us as small and it piles up. So I want to be sure that we're not going to domino this thing down the road and it's a crazy amount down, in the future.
I will defer to legal counsel, but I don't believe we can constrict what future councils may do.
That is correct.
But
You-
what
you
we
can't-
put in place, we have control over, and we can say at that point, we're capping this amount at, you know, a dollar amount or whatever we're gonna do, but we have that power to do that.
We do.
But until
a-
another ordinance is adopted to
yeah.
increase the fee.
And Councilmember, one thing that might be relevant is the city can also discontinue this program entirely. It's after 5 years of substantially continuous operation of a municipal drainage system, the governing body can basically revoke this, revoke the fee and the structure. That would be subject to any bonds that were issued if you did drainage bonds. And then a discontinuation would mean that the city may not adopt a system under this subchapter for at least 5 years after discontinuation. You have to sort of stick with it for 5 years, but you can adjust the fee during that time. If you decide it's totally that you want to just, that you or a future council can discontinue it, then it would stay discontinued for 5 years. And again, that's subject to any bond revenue. But there is a way out, essentially.
Okay.
Thanks.
Do we know how much money, like, say, $5 a lot or whatever? Have you done that? I'm sure Sherry has, but how much money that would bring in? I mean, because just to do this fee study is pretty expensive. But it's residential units, so. Right, but still, do we have an idea of how much
So I
per
did-
month that might bring in, or?
So I kind of hate telling you a number because we haven't, it's that land use analysis that we're going to have to do, and we don't know what your impervious cover is, and that's a big player in the fee. But I'm thinking three to 500,000 a year might be a range of what we're looking at.
I just got a question, I want to make sure I'm
But that
understanding.
depends on what fee you, I'm sorry, that depends on what fee you pick, and then
Right.
it also depends on that analysis of all of that. So it's hard to say until we dig into it. That's why we have to do the study, so, but that's what the scenarios will give you are. So y'all could look at that and say, this juice isn't worth the squeeze, and at that point, you know, just say, thank you, TNP.
I guess I just don't understand how the study could be complete if you have no idea what we need done.
Well, what we'll do is we'll make some assumptions. So say we identify, I'm just going to say $1 million worth of projects. It'll probably be higher than that.
I'm
But
sure more
let's
than
just say
that.
$1 million. We would plug $1 million in and we would say, okay, what fees do we need to set to achieve that $1 million? Now, we might know, and to Councilmember Butler's point, we might see, as you go, you may say, okay, we're making a dent, but we want to make a bigger dent, and you say we want to increase it by $1 or something like that. It is a flexible program, and unfortunately, drainage isn't something you're ever going to probably ever fix as a whole. You're never going to not have drainage problems, and you're never not going to have maintenance issues. So, I mean, you could see a reduction, but I don't know that I'm not aware of any cities that have ever discontinued it once they've started, because it is a really nice pot of money because it's dedicated for that.
Yeah, thanks. Dusty, you had.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. So I'm going to use Barbara for an example. She had no drainage issues. A developer built houses, now she has drainage issues, but now she has to pay a monthly fee to fix it.
Well,
So
well, but she's paying, I mean, you're a homeowner, right? You're going to pay $5 a month, and everybody else in town is going to pay $5 a
But
month.
shouldn't a developer fix all this?
Well,
I mean,
then that's a separate issue.
Yeah.
That's a
I
separate
agree,
issue.
but that's not a question for her.
And you may run into situations where that's a private issue. We're not going to use this money for that, and that's fine too. I mean, there's plenty of private issues out there that you probably don't want to fix.
I mean, I would be okay charging this fee to all the new developments, those houses, but I don't see why we should charge her money to fix what they caused.
I will say that is, yeah, one of the provisions in here requires by state law that it's applied evenly across, which is actually one of the reasons for this study is sort of establish what an equivalent
study required by law?
Yes, there is, the adoption made by a majority, before adopting, the municipality must find that, one, will establish a schedule of drainage charges against all real property in the proposed service area subject. Two, provide drainage to all real property in the proposed area on a payment of drainage charges except real property exemption, and offer drainage service on a terms. Before adopting, there's notice, publication, and after passage, the municipality may levy a schedule of drainage charges. There must be a public hearing on the charges and must give notice. Basically, by establishing the scheduling of drainage charges, this study to determine what the drainage system and drainage charge must be made by ordinance and an amount made in contribution to funding of construction. So I've never seen one of these done without the study because it's such a complicated process to establish what that equivalent residential or dwelling unit is that applies citywide across all your property.
Not having that study that.
Yes, without the study, it is very equivalent to setting up another utility like a stormwater, water, that type of thing. So you want the sort of basic assumptions to be grounded in some sort of scientific measure.
I don't know, I feel like we should be doing these water studies on developments as they're being built to figure out how this is gonna affect what's already here, not making her pay for it after they've done it.
I believe well, and I don't want to put Alex on the spot, but generally in the planning process, there is often a analysis done involving some of the impervious issues to determine.
Are we doing your
stormwater
review? So we are actually currently, we just started maybe 6 months or a year ago. So we're your engineer that's reviewing new development that comes in. So when a development submits, they have to.
You bet, how long?
6 months or a year. It's new. Okay. So Sawyer actually reviews your drainage studies right now. It can't cure sins of the past. But, you know, what should happen when a development comes in is they submit their construction plans, they submit a flood study, drainage study, and then it's reviewed by your engineers, either your staff engineers or your contracted engineers. And before it gets built, we've signed off on it as this meets your criteria.
Right, but if that's gonna put a strain on what's already here, I feel like that developer should have to take care of that.
Well, that's why we require the study. There's usually no adverse impact allowed.
But she shouldn't pay for that.
Right, but this is the mechanism that the state allows. Requiring the developers to do it would be more of an impact fee. Do y'all have water and sewer impact fees?
Yes.
But impact fees are not, for drainage, are not legal in this area of the state.
What process do we have in place after the fact, like this situation? Do we know as far as that goes? Like, what is our set guidelines? Somebody comes in, a development has recently come in, impacted her. What is our next step for the citizen when that happens? Besides just come talking to you, I'm talking like, what do we do once we know? I know that?
There's really nothing. If we're.
No, I want
You're
them to say.
I know, but.
No. I'm trying to really find out, because that seems to happen a lot, and then we don't kind of know what happens later, and I'd like to know the process.
Sort of, I'm hesitant to answer because I think this might be beyond the scope of what's posted. I'll certainly be able to talk to council sort of one-on-one about where the city can be involved in that and where the city probably a little bit.
Any other questions from Ms. Clark?
No, I have one for Lane or Sherry or whoever wants to answer it, but again, back to this, we don't have a study for projects that need to be done. Where did you get your information to give her about what projects need to be done, what the fix is, what the problem is, what we're gonna do, what's the plan? If we didn't have any professionals do that, how do we know what to tell her?
Go ahead, shoot.
We have a list of known items
like from how long ago? 10 years, 20 years? I mean,
There's some, actually, it started just since
I guess I just don't understand why we're doing this first.
have to start some.
Well, yeah, you would think you would start off with identifying the problems and the solutions that are needed, and then identify how to get there.
So let me ask this question. Are we doing any of that work with our comp plan study that's going on right now? Are they looking at drainage?
They did an evaluation of existing drainage, but not study that would result in many.
So we just know there's issues, we don't know the cost with those. Thank you.
And council, if it helps, the itemized scope of services proposed under the TMP contract is on page 43, and it shows sort of what this process looks like and what they would do if this contract.
Thank you. So a couple questions I had. Duration of the study, can you estimate what that looks
Yes,
like?
I think I had it. I'm sorry, I looked at a lot of it and I forgot to. We have 135 calendar days, so that's around 5 months, 4 or 5 months.
Okay. I saw the billing was per hour. You turn in number of hours and we reimburse at that point with
We
a
have it
cap?
as fixed fee, but yes, it's
Yeah.
capped. It is a not to exceed. It'll
Okay.
be a
The fee's
percentage.
60,000?
Yes, it'll be a percentage,
What do you mean?
based on how much we've completed for each billing and not to exceed 60.
My only concern with it, and I'm okay with the contract, but I would prefer a milestone-based payment versus a number of hours we've worked kind of payment system.
Well, that's usually what we do, is I will look at like our hours that we've worked, and I will look at where we are in the process and kind of true up where we're at there.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion regarding the agreement and contract. Got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Lee has seconded the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
And abstaining. That motion carries 4 votes to 2, with Dusty and Katrina in opposition. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Very good. Consent agenda. Do we need a recess?
Yes?
Okay. I make it 8:14, and we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Let's try to keep it to 10. After the meeting, please. We're out of recess. I make it 8:19 and we'll return to active duty from recess.
Sorry.
We are out of recess at 8:19. We're moving to the consent agenda. Item 7, would any council members like to remove anything from the consent agenda, A through G? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion regarding the consent agenda.
Make a motion to,
I had a question on about the wastewater. Did you already approve it? Or it already passed?
D? No. It's, no?
Oh, okay. My bad.
You want to pull it? This is
No.
This is reevaluating our fees for water and wastewater. Okay, A through G. Lee was about to,
Sorry.
make a motion to approve consent agenda as stands.
Ryan has seconded Lee's motion to approve consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carries 6 votes to 0. Item 8A, consider adoption and resolution nominating a candidate to serve on the Grayson Central Appraisal District Board of Directors, filling a position left open due to the resignation of a current board member. Does anybody on council have any recommendations? I do not. The person resigning was not Charlie Williams, so we still have our Van Alstyne resident on there. Second call for any nominations. Hearing no nominations, I would move to conclude that item. Without objection, so ordered. Item B, consider adopting a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a master services agreement and necessary documents between the city of Van Alstyne and OpenGov for a development services department software suite. Alex.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. This is a request, as you stated, for a master services agreement. Essentially, this is for the Development Services Department to have software that we can use for the development community so that folks that want to submit zoning requests, site plans, things of that nature can submit their materials online. They can be reviewed online and comments sent back that way. But probably most importantly, it's really meant, and the heart of it is for it to be used for the building community so that builders can submit building permits online without submitting them via email and get their inspections tracked online. Our building inspector can conduct his inspections in the field. We, of course, contract with a third-party Bureau Veritas. We've worked with them so that we can coordinate their effort doing inspections and that sort of thing. And so that's really at the heart of what the software is intended to do. But to take a step back, we have spent quite a bit of time. As a matter of fact, I've been with the city for almost 4 years, and before I started, we had been working with a software vendor at that time to try to identify the proper vendor to do implementation of this type of software. It's very common, it's very streamlined, and it's very modern to have this type of thing. But for one reason or another, due to staff turnover, deficiencies with vendors, we haven't really been able to spend the time and effort necessary to identify the right vendor and get the implementation in place. As any of you who have worked with software packages before know, it takes dedicated staff time and attention for a period of time to get everything, not only the processes mapped out, but then to find the right software vendor that can do it and get it implemented. And so we've been fortunate over the last few months to have Winter helping and being focused and dedicated to helping us vet out various vendors. We've interviewed about 7 different vendors. She's worn them out with questions, answers, demos. This has involved the collaboration with a lot of different folks. As you know, Sherry has an IT background, so she's got interest in security and knows how to ask the right questions of IT and software vendors, things that I don't know how to ask. Jennifer and others have an interest in records retention, so Tristan and I have worked with a GIS vendor, so trying to find the right vendor that can integrate with all these pieces and parts and provide a software package that works has been kind of tedious, and I guess I'll publicly thank Winter for all the effort and energy she's been able to put to try to coordinate all of this. So with all that said, we've focused on 7 vendors. We really narrowed it down to 2, and we found what we think is the proper vendor. So it's OpenGov. I believe they're in attendance this evening. if this were to be approved, we would we would kind of launch into 6, 9, 12-month process to really focus on getting this package put in place, and I'd say enter the 21st century when it comes to building business practice. As you can see in your package, the cost is about $75,000 for the first year because that involves a lot of integration, and then it drops to about $40,000 or so for the subsequent years thereafter, with about 5% increases year over year after that. I think for me, and Winter can, should you have any technical questions, I'd be more than glad to turn over here to elaborate. But I think for me, one of the main things that set OpenGov apart from the others is during the implementation phase, they're going to really help us kind of build it so that we can change it. And we're not going to be beholden to the vendor when things need to change or business practices occur and that we need to go run off to the vendor and get them to help us. We're going to try to learn this on our own so we can manage it, maintain it, and make sure it functions. So I think that's, I'm excited. This is one of our objectives, and we've budgeted for this for the past few years. Right now, the amount that we budgeted for falls short of the amount of the cost, but we do have other savings within our budget that will accommodate and cover the cost of this software. So I would respectfully request approval of this. And again, if you have any technical questions, Winter can answer them. Otherwise, I'd be glad to answer any questions you have of myself. And I do believe if you have questions for OpenGov, I'm sure they'd be more than happy to introduce themselves to you.
Thank you, Alex. Questions from council?
I've got two.
Yes, sir.
Will this take us into the future when we start doing our own stuff and using Bureau Veritas for our inspections? So we transition. Perfect. Two, what other municipalities are using OpenGov?
If I can jump, guys, I use it daily in the records management suite for at least 2 clients, large volume clients, so.
Thank you.
I know my guys use a multitude of different processes. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, a couple.
Step one up if you would. And
Absolutely. Dominic Smith, account executive overseeing permitting, licensing, development services, software at OpenGov. Just to name a few, we have the City of Fate, City of Heath, Town of Northlake, Highland Park, City of Ennis, and that's just within the DFW area. Also the City of Corpus Christi, and even now City of San Francisco.
thank you.
Absolutely.
Other questions?
Does this software help with like staffing or gathering like the cost, recouping the cost? Like, are there things that we might miss, permit fees or whatever, that this would catch?
One of the key things that we really enjoyed about this particular software, and in our top 2, some of the key differences were the automations. And that will take away from a ton of overused staff time that we've been doing on these manual processes. So currently, everything is almost a manual process. We only, within the last 1 to 2 years, went digital in development services files. Everything else was paper. So anytime we had a records request, myself at the time was the records request person, we'd have to go through all the paper boxes. So they're making improvements, but even though they've went digital for their records as of the recent years, this software would make it so that everything could really all tie together and be digital, have automations, not only be beneficial for the city as far as staffing and staff time used, but also for the customer. There was one more key thing that I think is really beneficial is the key difference that we made between OpenGov and the other top entity was the payment process. Currently, when somebody comes to do, a developer comes in and they need to pay for their permit, they have to do multiple checks. So say 3 to 4 checks just to get one permit because of how our structure is and how manual that is. OpenGov, alongside the other vendor that we were looking at, both offer a payment process that aligns with our process that'll take away from some of the efforts of finance, take away efforts of permitting, so many different things that'll actually take less effort on our behalf, as well as the customer. You're not writing 4 checks. You're doing it through an automated payment process. You have a portal now, things such as before you'd have to come and get a paper permit or you'd be emailed a permit. Now you can just do that from the portal yourself without city involvement. That in itself also takes away time from city. Yeah, it's really good software.
Thanks, Winter. Other questions or comments? I have a couple. Hardware requirements, any laptop, any desktop, MacBook, any of
No,
that?
no requirements. It could be from any desktop, any laptop, even phone, if you want to access the website.
Okay, yeah, I see it's cloud-based, so, and then I think Alex mentioned citizens can access this as well. What's the learning curve look like? Are we gonna get a ton of phone calls from people saying, I've tried to get on your software and
No. You can actually fill out a questionnaire, and if you don't know what permits you need, and after you fill out that questionnaire, it will make exact recommendations to what you need for your specific project. So it's pretty straightforward. You could pull someone randomly off the street and ask them to use the software, and they could do it quite easily.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Any other questions from anyone? So we're counting on lots of savings for staff time so they can get back to all the other tasks that they have, because I know it's difficult to go through this process, so I appreciate we've got the right team in place to make this selection. I appreciate everybody's work on it. And thanks, Mr. Smith, for being here as well. Any other questions or comments from council? Would entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion from Lee to approve. Ryan has seconded the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed or abstaining? That motion carries 6 votes to 0. Item C, adopt a resolution rescinding Resolution 01-2025-02 and authorize the city manager to enter in an agreement with Van Alstyne Sports Authority for the use of specific city-owned parks, providing a public service to the residents of the city. Jennifer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bringing before you this evening a resolution to consider rescinding the agreement that was adopted last year between the city and VASA. The key changes from the prior agreement that you'll see is that this converts the agreement to 1 year rather than the multi-year agreement, and also gets rid of auto renewals. Since it's a 1-year agreement currently, I think it has a 4-year auto renewal. So any future terms will have to be written mutual agreements that require council action. It also adds limited and partial use of the 2 new to us fields at Forestmore Park, which we're calling 2 and 3, the former high school softball field and high school baseball field. We have eliminated North Park from the agreement because it is no longer there, site of the future Heroes Park. We have also added what is referred to as the Columbia College site, where the rec center is. There's lots of open grass there. It's easily used for soccer, football, flag football practice. They've designated, I think, 6 fields there for use on the north end of the rec center property. And we have also recommending exclusion of the small field at McKinney-Wilson Park. And I think the last addition there is adding to the city's duties marking for soccer.
Thank you, Jim. Yes. Ryan? Yes, Ryan, sorry.
No, you go ahead. No, fine.
I get it, Van Alstyne is very limited where people can play, practice, all that stuff. Absolutely get it. And I get it that VASA's been around and VASA has a lot of teams that people up and they play with, and especially baseball, so I'm mostly referring to baseball season, especially spring season. So everything that you talked about with the 1 year rather than the auto renewal and 4 year and all that, that's all good. But the issue that I have is if you should give VASA, even, and I don't see where it's defined as limited. Give VASA those other 2 fields, then you basically eliminate any other. I understand the fields that are by the rec center, like those are really soccer field and not a baseball. But VASA should be okay with the 2 parks. The 2 fields. fields, the two old high school fields, because part of one, that just gotta practice too. I'll even be frank, I even asked to see if that particular program could have block times as well, and the city said no. Totally fine, and I get it, and to the gentleman that was speaking earlier about the 2 hours and stuff like that, I mean, that's all stuff that can be talked about, negotiated, and done. That's not what we're talking about here. I do not agree that Bassett should have access. Or they should have access, they should go through the same process that everybody else has to go through. I did, go to rec desk, book it for an hour, and pay the $15.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair and easy modification we can make to the proposal. It's my understanding that VASA is only requesting the use of the old high school field, which we're calling Field 3, for tournament. I think it's softball specifically, tournament, preseason, postseason, and all-stars. And then the former baseball field they're restricted to the outfield for soccer. So I could see the point you're making that if we have if we have 6 other options for soccer practice and play, and I know they do also use the outfields on the 2 northern fields, fields 1 and 2 at Forestmore Park, that is likely sufficient.
But VASA, VASA doesn't do partner with NBSA and Parks and McKinney. So that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
VASA doesn't
Well,
do any post.
Not here, not local.
with softball,
with softball,
they do,
yes.
yes.
Okay.
And that was the request, was for softball
Sorry.
specifically.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, and I get that, but it's just, if you start getting them all the fields, then
Right. Yeah, and I think we could easily make that modification to exclude fields 3 and 4 at Forestmore Park, if that's the desire of council.
another field.
I agree that it's, and I've said this for years, it's not fair to give one group, one company access to everything. And it used to say, it actually had the wording in it where it was exclusive rights. Now it says non-exclusive, which I like that, but again, even saying that, it still says in there, they have access to everything in spring and fall from 8 to 5. I mean,
Right.
there's
It's
nothing for anybody else.
non-exclusive, but they still have priority
Yeah.
booking
Exactly.
on the
and
fields.
We need fields that are set aside for other groups. I ain't having kids playing baseball anymore, but I've always said that. We can't just give it all to one group. Nonprofit or not, whatever. I'm not even gonna go there. But it can't just be for one group and one group only. We have too many people that live here now. They don't all want to do VASA, or they can't do VASA. 14U doesn't even, there's no VASA for that. So we do need parks that are separate away from this agreement so that everybody has a shot.
And don't get me wrong, there's a place for an organization. It is a lot, I mean, my kid played in VASA. There's a lot of opportunity for kids to play baseball, especially with them partnering with NBSA. Totally cool. Like, I'm totally fine, and I'm totally fine with you letting them book out, because we play games too on those two,
Right.
we play games on those fields. Play a couple games a year. So, I get that there's a need to it, and I understand my request to y'all not to say, hey, we're gonna let, because that would just be kind of, they're more well-established. At some point, like, you can't, you gotta be like, hey, so you can have this, and this is what it is. Until we get more fields, and then we can accommodate all block-off fields, or not block-off fields, or whatever. Sorry, Bassett.
Can we amend this and bring it back? So that it's,
We can
we
amend it
exclude
tonight.
those, or
Yeah,
can we just do it that way?
I think the only, I don't think there's any language in the text that restricts access to or that provides access to fields 3 and 4. I think it's just in the exhibit. I don't know if David wants to check on that, but I think just the exhibit circles fields 3 and 4 and says that 3 is used only for the pre-post and all-star softball, and then 4 is exclusively outfield for soccer only. So I think we can just.
It did say language in there about priority.
Mhm.
And
And it does list out the fields within this.
That's the worst thing that'll happen is you'll have somebody that'll book it and then they'll have a tournament that day and they'll go, oh, I'm sorry, you're out. That shouldn't.
Exhibit A does show the use of Field 3 is limited to pre- and postseason softball, baseball tournaments, and 4 limited to outfield only and solely for soccer. So I think that's on page 140 of the agenda packet. That is Exhibit.
Yes, it's there, but I believe I saw it somewhere else in here as well, within the actual agreement.
Why would they have to use that field? Why couldn't they use the one that you are no longer letting them use for soccer? Like, why do they have to use the nice baseball field that costs us a lot of money to maintain? Because just like the gentleman said earlier, he said that field is being damaged from soccer. So, or Heinz Park, I mean, and also the other thing to that is if we're gonna use the rec center and all that, on maintaining that grass for like weeds, holes, ants.
Yeah,
Like-
the Parks and Rec has advised that they, of course, mow, treat it for ants, and, I think I have a note.
We're charging them to use those fields?
That is, with the fee schedule that was just adopted, a nominal fee for the minimum maintenance that is provided, but they're not irrigated. I don't know specifically if they go out and check for holes or, large cracks.
There are. It just seems like if we're charging for something, we
Yeah,
should
it's
give them a
just-
quality field
Right,
to play
it's just
on.
open space that has sort of become in high demand for those activities. And I think is there another soccer organization that operates locally besides Bass? I mean, it's Texoma Soccer Association. So those two organizations both reserve the areas at the rec center. So even if we don't charge a fee, we have already last year started reserving those designated areas without a fee.
I guess I just
But
worry about
restricting the
because,
use.
just like when I, messaged you the other day, like even after a rain or whatever, we just have a ton of fire ants, and that's very dangerous for the kids to be out there.
Mhm.
We don't have the staff to keep that monitored and treated.
Right.
Any other questions for Jennifer? I'm
Page
here-
128 does refer to the Exhibit B, so do we just need to?
Just modify the exhibit. That was my
I think so.
thought.
So, yeah, basically, it's Article 1 on 128, basically says that the licensed fee, the city grants to licensee a non-exclusive right to use the parks as depicted in Exhibit A, B, and C. Those exhibits are incorporated for all purposes, and so despite the broad language in Article 1, I think that the language or annotation make it clear what the scope is, but it does say includes the use of fields, concession buildings, restroom buildings, common areas, and parking lots as depicted in A. Right now, it would seem to basically indicate that the entire parking area in red on 141 and then the delineated field area in the white would be included. So if the intent is to modify that, I think Exhibit B, and language put in similar to what's done with the limitation language on Exhibit.
We just need to say excluding field 3 and 4.
I believe that'd be adequate direction.
Right.
Okay.
Before they did their softball.
Right.
And so, I mean, I get it. I wish we had 10 softball. And everybody could do it.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion to approve.
Stole my thunder.
Sorry.
Whatever.
To approve the agreement with VASA,
Excluding fields 3 and 4 on Forest North.
There's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Marla has seconded the motion. Any further amendments? Sounds like maybe Katrina might want to put some language in there that says for the fields at the community center, use at your own risk. Do you want to take the fees away? I still like reserving it, because I agree with Ryan. I
It'll
don't
be a
want
fight.
competing teams showing up saying, we've been using this every day, and the other guys.
Can I ask somebody something?
You can,
Playing soccer?
yeah. Is that on
was
the,
that way when we
25
did
years
play
ago when
football
my
there,
kid
too.
played there, so.
is that on the south side of the rec center, or? The whole, on the north side of the rec center, the bigger field, yeah. Thank you. Okay, do you want to at least include language that says,
Well, I don't,
No, that's not part of this.
well, the fields are listed for reservation
I think
as
we
part of
right,
this
and
agreement
it gives
with
them
FASA.
the same non-exclusive primary rental on the rec center fields. But again, those are not soccer fields. It's not irrigated, which would be necessary for proper soccer
and stuff,
fields.
yeah.
So I don't know that we've received a quote to irrigate that, but
Yeah.
that would be,
Vasa is just very limited program.
I mean,
It's just
Yeah,
bottom
so-
line, without going to the ISD and being like, hey, we use.
right, outside of finding the money to pay for an irrigation system, we would not likely be able to maintain that
well, you could at least do
much
the
better than it
ants.
is now.
Like
Right,
we could at
right.
least send somebody over there and keep the rental or whatever, but just make sure that it's at least safe. It's gonna
Right,
have cracks
there
in
may
it
be
that
no
are
ants, but the
100 years
cracks
old,
are,
but-
So I think the
likely to
question is, do we
continue.
want to continue to allow them use? I think yes, in the absence of anything else. Do we want to charge them for it, or, and I'm okay with that, because as you said, it's pretty minimal, or just put a notice out there that
If we're
says,
maintaining it somewhat, then
yeah, we're mowing it.
Isn't that
and
already in
fire
here?
ants.
For the,
yeah. There's a fee in here for the players that VASA is
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
provide
so
to the
the
city,
each-
but then
yeah.
we've also established a nominal fee for any other organization that wanted to reserve those fields.
Okay. No further amendments have been offered, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion and the second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed or abstaining? That motion carries 6 votes to 0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item D, consider adopting an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a Chapter 380 Economic Development Program and Development Agreement between the City of Van Alstyne and Big D Lumber Company LLC, relating a commercial development, Big D Lumber, generally located on the north side of East Village Parkway, FM 3133, and west of Future Industrial Parkway Alley.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. This is a Chapter 380 and Development Agreement, Performance Agreement with Big D Lumber. And the site that you had mentioned this is essentially an agreement that outlines some sales tax reimbursement, property tax reimbursement, and also defines certain other fees. Again, Big D Lumber is expected to be a significant sales tax and property tax producer, and so staff has worked with Big D Lumber to provide what I would consider a mutually beneficial agreement for some tax share over a short period of time, like a 5-year period. Essentially, it would be, as a summary, I'll let somebody else kind of elaborate, but on the percentage of the sales tax that the city retains, the 1%, we're proposing to reimburse that 50% the first year, 40% the second, and so on and so forth for a period of 5 years. The projections we received in that period of time, we anticipate receiving over $1.2 million in sales tax, with about 375 of that being reimbursed back to Big D Lumber. Similar tax structure on the property tax side. This is exclusive of the INS. It's strictly M&O ad valorem tax revenue that we're projecting to earn over $306,000 in tax revenue from Big D Lumber, with a reimbursement back to them of about $90,000. And I'd be glad to elaborate on some of the other, what I'd consider finer parts of the agreement. But again, we're excited to have some manufacturing, industrial sales tax, property tax generating businesses of the city of Van Alstyne, and glad to enter into a partnership with them on this agreement. Glad to answer any questions you have, and I believe if anybody's here with Big D Lumber, they may wish to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, I've got a comment card from Max Hassenbach. Max, thanks for making the trip up here. Welcome to Van Alstyne.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Max Holzenbach. I'm here on behalf of Big D Lumber Company to request your approval of our Chapter 380 agreement. We're excited about the opportunity to be here to invest over $20 million in Van Alstyne and to become a part of this community. We recognize this performance-based agreement is a two-way partnership. We're committed to hitting and meeting our obligations, hitting our capital investment targets, creating those jobs, and maintaining active operations for years to come. In return, the city's incentive structure helps us make this significant investment viable. Beyond our own operations, we're partnering with the city on infrastructure that benefits everyone, escorting nearly $300,000 for the future industrial boulevard and upsizing the Village Parkway water line to support the area's growth. This isn't just a business transaction, it's a long-term commitment to Van Alstyne's economic future. Big D is ready to be a good neighbor, a good employer, and a contributing member of this community. We respectfully ask for your support and approval tonight. I'm here if there are any questions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. All right, questions from council?
You break ground, clear.
Huh?
The side's clear, when you breaking ground?
Whenever we get this finalized.
All right.
Yeah.
Good answer.
We're ready to rock, yeah.
He's got a shovel, he's going out there after this.
Yeah, we're ready to rock as soon as this, yeah.
Can you please tell your trucks not to go down Village Parkway? It's not a truck route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My only request.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
guys.
Hearing no other questions from council, I would entertain a motion regarding item D.
I'll make that motion.
Oh, no, she got hers.
Marla made the motion to.
Can I get one?
I assume you want to adopt. A motion in favor of adopting, and Lee has seconded that motion. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed or abstaining? That motion carries 6 votes to 0. Item E, consider adopting a Fourth Amendment to Development Agreement between Rizla Mantua LLC, its assignees collectively as developers, and the City of Van Alstyne, Texas regarding an amendment to the road infrastructure plan.
Mayor, if you're agreeable, it may be helpful to discuss these 3 items in concurrence as they're all related.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
We would appreciate it. I'll refrain from reading F and G if there's no objection. No objection, so ordered.
So in essence, you have 3 items that are companion items on your agenda this evening. The first is an overall amendment to the master Mantua development agreement, and the second 2 are memorandums of understanding from 2 separate developers that are located in 2 separate locations. So I'll see if I can simplify this down to something somewhat understandable, and so that discussion can ensue from that point forward. What I will say is that this Fourth Amendment to the development agreement really is intended to be very simple in nature. The original development agreement, which was approved back in 2008-ish time period, has the exhibit that you see on the left side of the screen. It's called the Road Infrastructure Plan. Well, essentially, and I've tried to indicate a couple areas where you can match up what kind of looks more current and modern and existing comparatively to what was approved back in the 2000s. Essentially, since the 2000s and since Mantua has begun development, a couple different things have occurred. Number one is, by matter of practice, that road infrastructure plan hasn't really been followed to the nth degree. As you can see, there are road alignments and locations that are very not in alignment and not in in the locations that they've currently been built. So that's problematic at the heart of this. And what you don't see on this exhibit is a lot of these boulevards and sections are actually 140-foot wide roadways. They're boulevards with on-street angled parking. There's all sorts of cool planning things in the development agreement that I appreciate, but that unfortunately haven't been followed. So The next two items on your agenda relate to the section in blue there. That's what, it's High Point Village. It's Centurion American is proposing to develop 600 lots currently in the area located in blue. The other item on your agenda is an MOU for Kelly Lane, which is on the top part of the screen. Well, both developers, Centurion American as well as Castle Development, who's looking at developing or working with users on that site, are proposing to develop. But in order to do this, what we need to do is amend the development agreement so that the roads that they're proposing to build that are within their development are in line with the development agreement. So to try to put that another way, the first thing that we're proposing to do this evening is just to update the road master plan, period. So the item E on your agenda is essentially to replace the slide on the left with the slide on the right so that all the location of the roads and the road classifications are accurate. That's it. Now, should that be approved, then we would be moving on to the next two items on your agenda that are actually memorandums of understanding with these various developers regarding what they're actually proposing to develop. So I'll just stop there and field any questions that the council may have, because I do want to kind of take this one step at a time, and I want to make sure it's clear to everyone listening and everyone in attendance. The amended agreement is intended to be simple, and it's intended to replace the location and the classification of roads so that it reflects what's on the ground and what's proposed for development.
So if E is approved, does that approve the E, the Kelly Lane? Like,
No.
does it?
Sorry. It reclassifies Kelly Lane as a 4-lane divided roadway officially.
I get that, but,
Separate discussion on the next two.
yeah, they say that, but it's a development agreement, and then is it gonna be, oh, well, but it was in there that if you approve that, you approve this?
Mayor and council note, this is as bad as lawyers are at making documents complex. I think in this case, we were able to work to get it, to do exactly what Alex is saying, which is this just replaces the exhibit on the back of the development agreement with the 2008 to what is the 2026. That's all it does. It is a step precedent to consideration of F&G, but alone it does nothing but get everybody who is developing in this area and who is a party to this contract, including the city, to understand what the road plan is, the new road plan. So.
Strictly that map.
It's strictly that map, and it doesn't obligate any other approvals. It just defines the road. Now, the problem is, since 2009, land within Mantua development has been sold to about 14 different entities. So for this amendment to be approved, in its simplest terms, it has to be assigned by all ownership entities, which are about 14 individuals. That's what would make this effective, and that is one of the challenges we're currently having. And I want to put that on the record because it weighs into some of the future discussion.
Even though we approved it, it doesn't.
It's not approved until it's signed by everybody that owns property in Mantua.
I noticed like Panther Parkway's on there, and we were told a long time ago when we changed the name, I was going to fix that and make that a whatever road. Is that not gonna happen? Because even in their development, up to that point, it's pretty rough. So is that not included in there, even though it's on the map, or?
So this map amendment would classify Panther Parkway as a
4 or 6.
6-lane divided.
But it's not, so when would that happen?
Improvements of the road will happen as development occurs adjacent to it.
Well,
So
it's never gonna happen. Like, is it from the bridge on? Is it, what's the spot? That's what I'm asking, and who's responsible for that? The city, TxDOT? Because I know they're doing that bridge.
wish I had a pointer, but wherever Panther Parkway is adjacent to property within the Mantua development, they would be obligated to construct their half, so to speak.
And then the next two items are sort of essentially exactly that for the developments that they apply to is roadway, contiguous roadway development from the developers who are developing.
So does this include the entire road or just their one little side that's on their side of their houses? Because it's all their neighborhood. Do they have to fix the whole road, or are we gonna have a janky road and then one lane? Nice.
Well, the current practice is that a developer would build their half of the road adjacent to their property. So that would
Right, but
result
this
in
is a mud.
janky,
But
you know,
this is a mud, so it's not our road at all.
correct,
It's all their road.
correct. The road, yes, that's
So-
very precise.
I think what you're asking, there is a segment, as I understand it, between US 75 Access Road and going west before Mantua has ownership. They may have ownership on the south side, but not the north side. So I think the city has some participation in the improvement of that road when it occurs. Am I correct about that?
Not city, is it?
If we're talking about the north, are we talking about the northwest corner of 75 and Panther Parkway? Or,
I am talking, but
Yes.
West of the bridge, like,
that's what I'm talking.
so that's in the city, and should there be development there, that developer would be obligated to construct half the road, which would be a city road, because that's within the
that
city
isn't the
limit.
city limits on the other side of the bridge, the west side of the bridge?
Yes, on the north side of Panther Parkway.
We annexed it many, many years ago. Even had some plats that never got built for
But to
residential.
answer Trina's question, if Mantua had property on both sides,
Mm-hmm.
they were gonna do.
I'm not even saying if they had property on both sides of the road, are they gonna fix the whole road, or is it gonna just look stupid? Like, is there anything in the development agreement that says it's their mud, they have to fix the roads?
So the, within
That's
the.
not city.
Within the mud, the roads, the construction of the roads and the maintenance of the roads is the responsibility of the district.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what,
So maintenance of it would fall to the district, and I know the district engineers, and at some point he may want to correct me, but the district would be responsible for maintenance. In terms of construction of the road, it would happen adjacent to development as it occurs. So, I'd gladly move on to the next item, but I wanted to be abundantly clear that this development agreement amendment is strictly to update the road plan.
We feel compelled to take action on that before we move on. I mean, I understand they're connected, but,
This would, this would be the first step to considering the next two.
Oh, are y'all close?
I would defer to others. I haven't personally tried to reach out to any one of them.
Well, and the developers, I think both development groups who are here tonight before you are here, the general thinking that we've discussed internally, Alex and I, is that it would make sense for everybody who has an ownership group to adopt this because it reflects the reality on the road, or the reality on the ground and the way that these developers will want to develop, so.
Because some of these roads are gonna go right through. Is that what you're saying, like,
Yeah, it's basically, there's been sort of mission creep from 2008, and I think everyone recognizes the reality on the ground. So we don't anticipate any issues, but you're correct, it won't be a fully binding in lesson until all those are.
thank you. So I think, item of highest interest is probably Kelly Lane. So how does this agreement change? I'm sorry? Well, yeah, but before we get there, how does this part of the agreement, development agreement, change or does it change what was previously in the plan for Kelly Lane?
that's what I'm worried about, but.
Yes, so currently Kelly Lane, according to the development agreement from 2008, 2009, does identify Kelly Lane as a 6-lane divided, 100 roadway within a 140-foot right-of-way. And you can see from the north arrow I got going east here, it actually veers right about where the arrow is. It veers to the southeast, outside of the district. So this amendment would align Kelly Lane on Kelly Lane.
And make it a 4-lane.
And make it a 4-lane divided.
So,
Yep. Okay, any other questions for Alex on item E? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mayor, motion to approve.
Lee has moved to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Dusty has seconded the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor on item E of adopting the development agreement amendment, please say aye. 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 Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? That motion carries 6 votes to 0. Thank you. Item F. Consider adopting a resolution approving an agreement with MM Mantua 701 LLC regarding roadway improvements.
Thank you. So this particular part of the discussion is for a memorandum of understanding with Centurion American. This is phase 1, as I showed you on the other map. It's the 600 lots that if you've been out there, you can see grading has occurred. Essentially, at the heart of this memorandum of understanding is the definition of an obligation to build the road along the north side of the property. It's also known as Wind Drive. It loops up by the elementary school. So the east.
You have it in red, right?
Yeah, the east-west road on the north is called Wind Drive, and then the north-south road on the west side of the property, there's no name for it yet, but we'll just call it North-South Road. As I stated earlier, in the past, staff has worked with developers and provided development information, and probably departed a little bit too far away from the development agreement and didn't necessarily obligate the construction of these 2 particular roadways from the onset. And so what this memorandum of understanding would do is it would defer the construction of both halves of both of those roads to Centurion American's next phase of development.
Is the other half already developed from Mantua?
No.
Or it's adjacent to Risland's?
It is adjacent to Risland's. And so because the developer was not initially obligated to construct it, they are essentially requesting to defer those road improvements to their next phase of development. That's essentially what their request is for this evening. Now, I would suggest this to the City Council. While this is not ideal, and had we had an opportunity to do it over, we would have communicated to the developer that they were obligated to build the road. However, that didn't occur, and so going forward, it would be the intent of staff to obligate road construction adjacent to every development going forward. But this is a request for an agreement that would sort of accommodate the situation we're currently in.
This south of 222?
Yes, it is. 222 is effectively just adjacent to the west from there. So you can see 222 on the very left side of the screen is bounded by 2 teal roads. Oh, I think.
Because that dark spot right there, I know comes out right at 222 and whatever that north road that turns to your Alstyne City Parkway or Kansas Parkway.
Yes, this phasing exhibit provided by Centurion American shows the first phase of development, and the yellow are the 3 access points to the development. You can see the road on the northwest leads out, which is a temporary connection, leads out to existing 222.
So that north boundary road, which is supposed to be 4 lanes, 2 and 2, and the west boundary road, which is supposed to will just be 2, and then upon their next of obligation says that they would finish that up to make it 2 and 2 upon their next development.
Yes, and it essentially yes.
Yeah, I'm just looking because I'm trying to figure out. So
When would they build the road? Like, what are we waiting for? Like, I don't understand.
Let me guess. When they tear out, when the second development comes in and drops down below 222, and they route 222 is when they would make that a 4-lane. And that.
Well, actually, we're treating the east side of Colin McKinney Parkway separately since it's not necessarily single-family residential development. So if we, for the sake of this discussion, exclude the east side of Colin McKinney Parkway, any phase of development after this on the west side of Colin McKinney Parkway that is owned by Centurion American will trigger the 2 lanes of road on the north and the west.
Something uncomplicated, this is very complicated.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to break it down into
Because I
simple
still
terms.
don't know what they're-
Whereas-
I don't think it's you.
Item E was uncomplicated. We've moved on to.
We're essentially deferring their requirement to build their 2 lanes of road adjacent to their property till they start building their next phase.
Let me ask you this, if none of this, if we were they'd still build the road, I mean, they would have to for the developments too, but you're just saying this is requiring to do it at a certain.
According to the strict terms of the development agreement, they should be building it now.
So why are we doing anything?
Because we're trying to work with them because they've gone this far, probably a year and a half, without being informed of their obligation to build the road, even though it was in the development agreement.
Then
They
they
have
were
the same
informed.
agreement, right?
How were they not informed if it's in the development agreement?
Well, I'll probably defer to the developer on that. I mean, the staff past staff didn't expressly obligate them to construct it.
But if it's written, it's written.
And this memorandum would just, yes, I welcome any interruption at this point.
No, I'm sorry, I thought you would. I mean, I think we approved a plat out there that did not show these roads. Am I right about that?
There's a plat that shows the right-of-way of the north
Yeah,
boundary road.
okay.
The developer's in attendance. If
Yeah,
you-
please, step on up.
Hi, my name's Graham Maxey. I'm with Centurion American. We're doing this development that's shown on the screen here today. So we acquired this property in about the middle of 2024. And at that time, we got an approved preliminary plat that did not contemplate us doing anything on the northern boundary. The expectation was that 222 would remain in place, and then once property further north of us that we do not own or control developed, that's when things along the northern boundary would come along. As far as the road along the western boundary, it was contemplated that that would not be constructed until the next phase, because currently, if it was constructed right now, it would just be a 2-lane road on the western boundary of the property, as you can see right now, not really going anywhere, ultimately just getting up to 222. So during those conversations, we did a traffic impact analysis that proved up that everything that we're doing here, which that analysis was reviewed thoroughly by city engineers and staff, that proved up that this is all that would be necessary. Since then, the city came back and said that they want to make the northern road a 4-lane divided. It was at one point considered to be just a 3-lane, and that the north-south road, what we're calling it, they wanted to make that a 4-lane divided as well. It was originally just considered to be a 3-lane as well. So for about the past year now, we've been working very closely with city staff to figure out how we can accommodate bringing the roads that are being asked of us to be brought, even though they weren't asked of us when we were going through our preliminary plat time. So from our perspective, these feel like new requests that we are working diligently to try to accommodate. As far as our phase 1 is concerned, we're already through grading. We're ready to start utilities. We were getting started on that before any of this came up. So that's why we're saying, okay, we understand what the ask is. We're willing to accommodate that. But given where we are already in this phase 1 of development, we can't do that right now in the middle of the project. We would need to come back and have that be triggered by our next phase.
To Lee's point, is that the northern road, is that going?
Yes. Wind Drive, which was the northern road, ultimately that will just replace what is shown as what's currently CR 222.
And so right now, the only road that y'all are built is the in your inner roads, or?
That's correct. So, well, no roads have been built yet, but what is contemplated, yes, sir. So what is contemplated to be built is 2 lanes of Cullen McKinney Parkway from the southern boundary, which is currently CR 372, to the northern boundary, which ultimately feeds into CR 222. And the landowner to the north has constructed or is currently in the process of constructing their portions of Cullen McKinney Parkway as well, I believe. But
that's in
if I'm misspeaking,
But the county road will
Is
still
that-
be the county road, right? Like it says it.
County Road
So it's not
222,
gonna replace
as far as our phase 1 is concerned, yes, ma'am. County Road 222 will remain as far as our phase 1 is concerned. What the MOU puts in front of you today will say that we're not just gonna go demo CR 222, but as you can see where it kind of curves on our
Just
northern
add it.
boundary, that's where we'll start adding those 2 lanes, yes, ma'am.
So, question for legal, I think.
Our next phase to occur west of Cullen McKinney Parkway, which will be phase 2, which, you know.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
No, it's okay. I was just curious, like Alex said, the development agreement said they had to build the roads. He said the plat didn't show it. Which one is the legal? Like, how can you say you don't know something if it's in a development agreement?
Well, there's the development agreement and the plat. I would have to go back and look at the development agreement. The plat, I believe, lessened the road width to some extent, but on the flip side, the development agreement may have only obligated them to build the 3-lane road versus the 4-lane that they're being asked. And so essentially, the give and take is bigger roads being put in, and their ask is sort of phasing those roads in a way that makes sense.
In turn for a better road?
Yeah, and a utility release, so.
Other questions at this moment?
One more, is the north-south road, what is that phase?
The north-south road that'll be on the western boundary of the phase that you're looking at right now. So those 2 lanes would be going with our next phase to occur west of Cullen McKinney.
So you're getting both of them going at the same time?
Yes, sir.
Lee?
I understand approving the roads because we have a services agreement for ambulance and fire, and so we need to know where the roads go. I get that. But it's the district's road. It's their road, it's theirs to maintain, it's their subdivisions.
Because of that 2008 agreement, so when it was all the 1,008 acre master tract or whatever however large the big master tract was, the city was a party to that back in 2008. So the city is a party to that development agreement and has the sort of obligations, obligations and rights under that, even though that the roads, when dedicated, would be dedicated not to the city but to the utility.
We have obligations and rights over stuff that we don't control. I'm just trying to get.
No, it is unusual, because usually those roads would be dedicated to the city.
Yes.
In this case, I believe, not having been here in 2008, I believe the city, I don't know if the district was contemplated or was part of that, but basically the city has some say in how it develops, even though it is not ultimately going to be city infrastructure when dedicated.
Well, let me interrupt. I think we have a right to annex at some point in the future, finances notwithstanding. So at some point, it could be city streets.
It could, yes, yeah. City is a party to that agreement and remains so.
Yeah.
Just check.
So
It is unusual. This whole thing is very complicated because also that.
Mine too, Councilwoman Marla.
Fragmented into 14 owners or 17 owners.
Right,
Well,
understood.
The 2008 agreement, that's probably, as far as council is concerned, as long as I've sat on here and had to listen and deal with. There's no greater definition of sin.
This has been, and both development teams have been very good to work with. It's just a complex deal. I mean.
More than a common.
Yes, yeah.
More than a common.
This isn't normal. Okay.
So my question is, the south side of what you're building for Colin McKinney, and when you get all the way to the south, where is that going to go as part of the phase you're building now? Does it terminate there? Can you get out to 75 from Colin McKinney?
Yeah, so with what we're building right now, Colin McKinney Parkway, 2 lanes would go down to where it says, what's labeled as existing Mantua Parkway to remain. I believe that's currently County Road 372, and that continues to go along the southern boundary out to 75, is my understanding.
Okay. So on the previous agenda item, we showed Mantua Parkway coming in from 75, and it comes from that overpass.
So
Thank you. At what point might you imagine that Colin McKinney would come down to Mantua Parkway and Mantua Parkway would get built?
So Mantua Parkway, east of Colin McKinney, actually falls on property that's in the city of Anna.
Yes.
It's a separate development and a separate landowner.
Okay.
So I'm not really in a position to speak to their timing. It's completely outside of my control. I would be comfortable saying that we've been coordinating with them.
Okay.
And our understanding is that that would be coming soon, but I'm really not.
Understand, if you
Okay.
don't own it, I won't ask you to commit,
Okay.
but I appreciate that you're coordinating
Yes, sir.
with Anna and other developers, because that's critical for us to get that traffic, depending on what TxDOT does with the County Line Road overpass, and we have yet to convince them to leave that standing before they tear it, before they build a new one.
Yes, sir.
Which would be disastrous for your residents as well as our traffic. So we're still working on that, but we got to find a way for people who are coming up from the south to get into your development without going all the way up to 121 and making a U-turn. Right, well, they can do that now by what he said, following,
No, I'm talking about on the east side.
right. Yes, that's a disaster. Okay, I don't have any more questions. Anyone else?
No.
There is one, Mayor and Council, on the MOU that's before you right now, so, let me back up a little bit. We're ready and in a position to start our utilities for the phase 1 that you've seen. We've been done with grading for several months, and our utility plans related to phase 1 have been approved for several months. The MOU that's before you right now has language in there that talks about us not being able to begin our utilities until the development agreement amendment that you approved on the last agenda item is executed by all the parties. Our simple request is, are you okay with us beginning our utilities now while we're in the process of, we're just one part of the whole amendment, chasing down all those signatures, and then if for some reason, which this is not likely to happen, if for some reason it wasn't all signed up by the time that we were ready to start paving, then we understand that we would need to be, halted again until it finally got signed up. What this really does, and the reason that we're asking for it, it allows us to begin our utilities now as opposed to just kind of sitting on our hands, which ultimately, assuming that this gets signed, which we have no reason to believe it won't, lets us get to paving quicker and start putting these roads in faster.
Element, so like, still gonna, I mean.
It's our risk.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's our risk, yes.
So, I mean,
It's not something we can vote on, but give direction to the city council.
And so this is the one point, so, and as has been said, this has been a very complex process. I think we've met with Centurion back in November and have been working on sort of fine tuning this ever since. We do have it down to a definitive agreement with that one point of difference is staff's recommendation, and please correct me if I'm wrong, staff's recommendation is that the utility release not happen until that Fourth Amendment has been signed by all parties. The developer's ask is that upon your approval tonight of the Fourth Amendment, that they would be able to be released for utilities essentially tomorrow as soon as you take action. And so that's the one point of difference that we are asking council to make a decision on between the two differing.
Why would staff want us to wait?
what was the,
If I can just speak freely, there's 14 signatures. It's not, I don't know all 14 14 entities.
Just weighing the risk.
Yes, and once they mobilize and start doing, if they can't get a signature, then I don't know who's going to get the signature. Kind of an administrative.
Is it a risk on us?
I don't know what commitment.
Or is it's not a risk on us, it's a risk on all the parties that are doing the work,
That-
right?
Yes, ma'am, it's really our risk.
So as long as they're willing to take the risk, if it doesn't affect us,
They would work at risk, and they would be stopped if they didn't provide those
right. And they're aware of
14
that, so.
signatures.
Yes, sir. My name's Sean Terry. I'm the Vice President of Centurion American. Staff's been great to work with. We're just at a point, our market has changed so much lately. We've been sitting there waiting on utilities. They've asked us, we've been to the county twice to make sure they're okay with it as staff recommendation to do that. We want to be great partners with the city. And the utilities have been approved probably for the last 90 days till we could get to this point to come up with a solution. It's at our risk. Our utilities at our risk. Grading's been at our risk. Y'all still have the hammer, so to speak, if we don't get them signed, to be able to stop us before we get to paving, because really that's what we're talking about is paving.
Okay.
We're there, we're just asking for that because we have obligations to our builders, and they're looking for any reason that we don't meet our obligations to back out of contracts right now, just to be totally frank with you.
I get it.
But you can't, I mean, if you don't have the 14 signatures, you can't.
Correct, exactly. And we're confident we're going to get those. We've been working great. We've got our partners over here. We just did not have these conversations without making sure we've talked to all of our partners. Just, it may take us 30 days, it may take us 45 days. We just know y'all have the hammer. If we come back and we don't have them done by the time we're ready to get into paving, y'all can stop us and we'll be back here again trying to figure it out. But I don't think we'll be there. We've worked with the city of Anna on your sewer because that's also a joint venture between Van Alstyne and Anna. And so the partner that is building in Anna, we know them very well. We try to coordinate those roads as best as we can because we know building half of a road is frustrating for your citizens. We try not to do that. I mean, we do 10,000 lots a year in Texas, so we're one of the biggest developers. We try to come and make sure we want to do more than one project in your city. We don't come in and piss off all your people and have them show up and start yelling at us. I mean, we don't really want to do that.
It'll happen.
So if approve it, but then
Amended?
amend it.
I guess what we're asking for council is either a motion to approve with early utility release or with utility release conditioned on the Fourth Amendment. Yeah. Early utility release is what the developer's asking for. Utility release contingent on a Fourth Amendment is what staff is requesting.
So we're doing without the staff.
Well, I'm gonna make is it okay for me?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to make a motion.
That's correct. That lets staff know.
That is my
I'll
motion.
second.
And Marla has seconded the motion, Ryan's motion. Got a motion and a second to approve the amendment to the development agreement with early utility release. Any further discussion? Time to vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? That motion carries 6 votes to 0. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Mr. Terry. Yeah. Item F, G, consider adopting a resolution approving an agreement with Van Alstyne Land Investments LLC regarding roadway improvements. Alex?
This is the Kelly Lane side of the equation. And again, based on the development agreement, it is the obligation of the developer to, by letter of the term of the agreement, to construct Kelly Lane adjacent to the parent tract, the 26 acres, meaning from Henry Hines Expressway up to the north edge of the 26 acres, which is on the far left of the screen. What this request is a memorandum of understanding to allow for the construction of Kelly Lane in 3 segments. The first segment being imminent. There is currently plans for a 7-Eleven and an urgent care at the far south end of the property. The site plan for the 7-Eleven was tabled or postponed rather at the last Planning and Zoning Commission. That was it's a related item, but it was a separate item of consideration. So for the comments that were made earlier, I just want to be clear that this is a separate item. It's a memorandum of understanding related to the construction obligations of the road. The memorandum before you would obligate the construction of Kelly Lane adjacent to the 7-Eleven and the urgent care. And then any development north of the urgent care would trigger the full second segment of Kelly Lane, which is shown on the screen here in the middle, and any development north of that would trigger the third and final segment. So the request is for a deferral of Kelly Lane. I will suspend my comments there, gladly answer any questions you have. The developer's in attendance, and I prefer that they speak directly with you. But the construction of Kelly Lane would be 2 lanes of concrete on their half of the road, and then in the future, on the east side of the road, that's out of the district, development on that side of the road would then trigger the other side of development of the road.
Put the divider in there?
The MOU currently indicates that the developer will build 2 lanes of concrete and half the median.
How do you build
How?
half?
How do you do that?
I'll defer to the engineer, but the one sticking point I did want to bring up is, it's been staff's understanding that the 2 lanes on the east side of the road would remain as 2 northbound lanes, and construction on the west half in the mud adjacent to the development would be obligated to build the 2 southbound, meaning there's 4 lanes of travel lanes.
At that particular point of what they're building in phase 1.
Yes. Now, there's some technical.
Has the city worked with them, our plans for the other half on how we would make that into matching this road and you know what that was like?
To be clear.
So it'll be 2 lanes of asphalt, 2 lanes of concrete.
Yes, and
then go into the, well, their traffic study already said that it was a 4-lane divided currently, and it's not. So I don't even understand the traffic study, which we've said that back in November or whatever. But like, you can't just make a road what you think it should be and say that's a traffic study. It's like, it's not a 4-lane divided. It's not 2-lane divided. Not really even a road. So how do you do concrete and then asphalt? And you obviously can't do a median, and especially not a half a median, so what happens in the meantime?
I'll defer the district engineer who's prepared a cross-section and provided some plans and he can maybe in more detail describe the specific section of road that will be constructed. But I did just want to make the point that the only city road in this area is adjacent to Georgetown.
Right. But the other thing that I know was discussed at P&Z, which isn't Mantua's problem, but does the city have plans to change Kelly to line up so that it's not that janky, whatever, 2-way access road in that little part? Do we have plans to do that? Because if we did, this doesn't really make any sense.
The city's 2003 master thoroughfare plan shows Kelly Lane being on Kelly Lane.
Like, as it is now?
As it is now. And then the development agreement, of course, was amended to realign Kelly Lane to remain on Kelly Lane. So effectively, all the plans on the books now for Kelly Lane show it to me remain on Kelly Lane.
Hold on, John.
Yeah,
What
go
you're
ahead.
asking is the access road to 75, and that's what TxDOT said when they came in here.
I know.
That road's gonna stay 2 lanes.
That's not what I was asking, but I know that. But
So
no, I
do
was
you-
asking about realigning the road so you don't have that 2-way section.
City has
Because
no.
that's what P&Z said. They brought up
Right.
3 times and said the city was working on it, and I've never heard that until today, earlier.
Right. Well, I know there's some sentiment out there like that particular, veering Kelly to the southeast would have it leaving the city limits, and it would
That's
currently out
okay.
of our jurisdiction. We don't, none of the plans that we have currently intend to do that.
The only other point I have is it's already going to be a mess. If you do a small section, it's still going to be a mess. It's going to be closed down, so then you come and do another section, it's going to be a mess again. The road's already not satisfactory for these businesses, in my opinion. Whether we can stop it or not, we've been told we can't. I don't know who would develop there with Kelly Lane like it is. It's just a mess, and it's going to be worse because already, like I said, we have that whatever that TxDOT's plan is with that, which is basically nothing. And then you're going to put a 7-Eleven, all this other stuff with half asphalt road, half concrete. I mean, not very impressive.
My assumption is that they would build
That section.
no, I understand, but I'm just saying.
What good is that going to do?
Well, because what
We have
I'm
a
saying
whole
is-
road.
What I'm saying is, if all we can get out of them is the 2 concrete with half of a median, and we don't have a business there, then traffic on that road is day, meaning not adding a business element for people. Therefore, the construction of that piece of road will be done by the time the business opens, and therefore, even though it'll be blankety 4-lane road, because 2 of the lanes will be asphalt, and then the other 2 concrete until the county or whatever to get that done, to build it out all the way to 4 lanes. At least they're not shutting down a portion of Kelly altogether to where nobody can go southbound on Kelly, and now we're redirected out Village Parkway.
But does the agreement currently say they need to do their 2 lanes all the way on their property they own now, or before they build?
The agreement or the MOU?
Whatever we have currently,
Right
what
now-
are they legally responsible for now if we don't approve this? What do they have to do?
Build-
Because you're asking for it to be done in sections, so I'm taking it as, then right now, they're required to fix their side of that whole road.
Yes.
And not do them a favor by splitting it up.
They would have to
Because
build.
why would we do that?
The current agreement would say they have to build all 3 of those pieces right now.
So why would it change?
This is similar to the last discussion that, because historically, they've been advised that there was not an obligation to construct. So this is an interim.
I don't know about
So
that.
that's.
What's
I'm-
the and everything like that?
140 feet of right-of-way, 6-lane divided.
Yeah, it was 6 lanes.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have had to build more.
And
Now they're getting less, and they're wanting to do less.
and technically, it departs their property and, or their adjacency.
Would we run into the document?
That's right.
There's not enough room, I'm assuming. Original agreement.
I mean, we've already agreed it's 4 lanes now, so the point is.
Once it's signed, yeah, I
we
mean,
already
if,
passed that.
if those don't get signed and they have to do 6-lane divided and 140 feet right away, that totally changes the complexion of this.
Section.
I've got a question. So, on the east side, Kelly Lane on the east side is, because we, city, has to work with the county every time we chip seal that. We either get reimbursed or they come out and do it, and we reimburse them because they do everything. So, our portion of Kelly Lane, Thompson, and the park,
Right there,
nobody goes all the way down the park, right? Go past the park.
to the left.
Yeah,
Yeah, to the left.
all the way down to Heinz Park, right? We have it all
Yes.
the way down.
Yes, all the way in, from that, it picks up right there at the south edge of Georgetown on the east side of the road and heads all the way up into the city.
We all know Grayson County's not gonna put the. So, if we're gonna hold the district to put their entire road in, where is the city gonna get their money to do at least a portion of Thompson to, what is it, Walmart, whatever it is, right there?
Well, that would be their side too, if they're building on it.
It's their side, yes, but we have our side that we have to build on.
The city did collect some amount of escrow funds for Tinsley Meadows and perhaps Georgetown. I know it's nominal compared to what it actually costs to build a road, but that's, I don't know where we would, I don't know what your question's gonna be, but I don't know where we would find the adequate funds to build our portion.
But I
if
mean,
they're-
tonight, we're only talking about this blue section.
No.
This yellow section is what we're gonna hold the district.
Oh, wait, I'm on the opposite side, sorry. Yeah,
The
yeah,
city's-
yeah, yeah.
So to take advantage of joint engineering and buying power, probably be in the city's best interest to push from here to there.
But,
Because we can't touch the green here, green there.
oh, I'm sure they'd let you fix it.
Well, it's outside our city limits, we wouldn't spend tax
I know
money.
that.
Let me ask this, so as I understand the plan, all the current pavement would remain untouched.
Yes.
Those
Yeah.
2 lanes would stay there.
I would like Tom to,
Yeah,
because
please.
I've still got some questions about, it's our understanding that the 2 lanes that are currently there would remain as northbound travel lanes, and then 2 additional new concrete lanes would be built, but I'd like for you to confirm that or correct me.
No, not physically possible. You have that exhibit that I sent you today with the cross-section?
I took the cross-section out, but.
Oh, that was the best part.
Well, that's the problem is you gotta make left-hand turns.
Yeah.
So if I could, so I'm Tom Coppin with Kimley Horn and Associates. We're the engineers for the Kelly Lane commercial piece.
Welcome back, Tom.
Thank you. So if I could go back several months and kind of piece our way back to where we are today. We came in front of you in October and asked for approval of the master site plan. And that laid out the development plan for the entire 26 acres that Kessel Development is proposing ultimately to build. What they physically have under contract today, physically have planned and they're proposing to move forward with is a sale of property to 7-Eleven to build on the very southern piece of the property, and another contract with a urgent care provider to build an urgent care facility immediately to the north. The remainder of the 26 acres is not developed, it's not sold, there's no financing available from sale of that land and development of that land to build the remainder of Kelly Lane. We were asked prior to the October City Council meeting to do a traffic analysis, which we did. We did. We followed the typical engineering standards required to do that study. It was reviewed by your city engineers who concurred with the findings of that study. And that study indicated that the 2 lanes of pavement that are out there today are adequate from a traffic carrying capacity to handle the load, not only from the development, but also the background that currently exists. We fully agree that the asphalt that is out there today is in different stages of completeness. Some of it's holding up fairly well, and there's other places along the road, I think as you get closer to Panther Parkway, where there's clearly some deterioration in the asphalt. As with any road, as you've talked about here tonight, it requires continual maintenance. Having heard that and knowing that the traffic study said 2 lanes were sufficient, we heard the comments that were made here, we've heard the comments from staff and said, no, we want the road to be a 4-lane section. Our client has agreed to build their half of that 4-lane section, even though the traffic study does not support the need for that many lanes of pavement. So what we are...
I just want to ask you something, because the
You bet.
traffic study that I saw said that your study was based on a 4-lane divided highway. What part of that am I not understanding? I tried to get you to answer that last time. It's not a 4-lane divided. 4-lane divided would be adequate. What's there now? I didn't see it in the traffic study that said what road is there now is adequate for all of that business.
The traffic, I'm going off of memory here. I didn't come necessarily tonight to rehash the findings of the traffic study, but if I remember correctly, the study said that the 2 lanes of asphalt, or 2 lanes, period, not their asphalt or concrete, 2 lanes have the carrying capacity to handle the traffic that's there.
Not what I remember.
And it's suggested.
We've moved on to 4 lanes now. So
That's
let's
right,
focus on that.
we've said, all right, we're willing to do the 4 lanes. So the 4 lanes of pavement is what's currently proposed for Kelly Lane. That is the agreement that was brought before you tonight, is to codify the master roadway plan and say that Kelly Lane is going to be a 4-lane section. We've agreed to that. That's what we're moving forward with.
But your 2008 agreement said it was a 6-lane divided. So
It
I don't
did.
understand why you act like you're doing us a favor when if we hadn't approved
Well,
tonight, you would have had to do 3
The
lanes.
2008 agreement was a development agreement between the developer of the Mantua project at that time and the city. It contemplated in the planning a fairly decorative roadway network, and Alex is showing you some of that tonight. Let me just go back and explain on the development agreements. That is not a plan to develop exactly per that plan. It is a concept for the layout of the development. It lays out the design requirements for the roadways, and it is the master plan that the developer would come in and then try to implement. And as you've seen on the west side of 75, as Risland has come in and implemented the first phases of the Mantua development, they have tried to maintain that general roadway network. They've tried to, in some places, they've realigned roads so that it makes more sense. We've had discussions with city engineers over the years to try to take some of the cartoon out of the roadway master plan and make it more of an engineering study. And each time that a development comes in front of you and they present a final plat, they are laying out exactly the layout of the lots. They're laying out the alignment of the streets that makes sense based on the development. Again, keeping the development agreement in the back of their mind is this is where we're headed from a big concept standpoint. The discussion we've had tonight, the Fourth Amendment, takes some of that engineering planning that has happened on the development over the last 10+ years, I guess, that we've been working on the Mantua development, and tried to bring it up current with what has actually happened in the first 4 phases of the Mantua development. The same thing goes for Kelly Lane. We've tried to take what was a cosmetic, kind of a cartoon rendering of an alignment, and when you look at it from an engineering standpoint, you realize very quickly that some things on here don't make sense. How do you take a 6-lane road and you veer it off to the east across property that you don't control? So you're making decisions on a regular basis as you try to implement these plans, and that's exactly what we've done here within the Mantua development and here on Kelly Lane. We've agreed that the alignment should hold the current alignment of Kelly Lane. We've agreed that it'll be a 4-lane street, and we've agreed that we're going to build it out in concrete. You've asked the question tonight, what about the janky curve down at Henry Hines? Unfortunately, nobody in this room controls that piece of right-of-way. It's a TxDOT road, correct? TxDOT moves at their own pace. They do their own thing. Yeah.
No, that's not, I wasn't even asking that. I heard that the city was going to route Kelly, but apparently that's not a thing.
That's not the plan to our understanding. The traffic study also recommended, though, that when you get down, as you head southbound on Kelly Lane and you get to that intersection with Henry Hines, that it would make sense to add 2 turn lanes to divide the traffic that's going northbound on Henry Hines and then to the left onto Panther Parkway. One of the things that what our proposal here does achieve is it gives those 2 lanes of pavement so that we will have dedicated left, we will have dedicated right, just by virtue of building 2 lanes of pavement. So we've implemented that recommendation from the traffic study as well. And now that TxDOT has realigned Henry Hines, so it's all one-way traffic east of Kelly Lane, that works pretty nicely as far as the striping arrangement
West.
that we're proposing, or west, excuse me. Yeah.
Question though. But the bottom picture you have there is you have the
Correct.
you have a car on it right now.
Correct.
Northbound. So the question that we asked Alex that we're still, I'd like to answer, are you having to shut
And the answer to that is yes, we have to remove the west half of the roadway in order to build the 2 lanes of concrete. Unless we were to realign Kelly Lane or the west side of Kelly Lane further to the west, there is not enough room in there to accommodate the 2 lanes of asphalt plus the 2 lanes of concrete and the median in the middle.
When you say there's not enough room,
We're overlapping. Here's the edge of the pavement today.
yes?
So our understanding is we're removing that lane, center lane of the road. This way, we would asphalt our 2 lanes of concrete, like half the median, 1 northbound lane that place road for the looking at it.
Just real quick, what's the thickness of concrete?
I believe so, yes. It'll be dependent on geotechnical study, but yeah,
There, you're probably gonna have to line.
yes.
So on the east side of Kelly, it's going to stay the same, or you're tearing that up?
We are not touching the east side of Kelly as that
You're gonna leave
falls.
half of that little bitty asphalt road?
That's the plan, in order to physically get the
So one
improvements
lane.
to where they
There's
need to
only
be.
one lane right now.
There's 1 lane
each
today.
way,
Yeah,
and
but it's
from what they said,
barely.
they were both going to be northbound.
How long is the,
Yeah, yeah, that's
Okay,
what
wait
the
a minute,
packet says.
wait a minute.
The arrangement.
Ryan,
Oh, hold on, no, we're not there yet, Ryan.
well, I had the same question. Let's get a quick answer on that. What is the duration of the construction as you're proposing?
Oh, to build the portion that we're proposing?
How long would Kelly be 1 lane, I guess?
Well, you're asking, I think, 2 different questions. How long will it take to build the first phase of Kelly that you see up there on the bottom picture?
Yes,
Probably 6 to 9 month window.
wow. So we'd have to have a flag person out there and shut down the existing Kelly Lane, all the
Then do it
northbound
again.
people go, all the
Okay,
south
I have a
people.
question.
Okay, Marla.
So a second ago, I thought we were just talking about, so 4 lanes, why would you rip up any of Kelly? 2 of those lanes would have to stay, because you're not gonna fix either one of those, right? So you're gonna build 2 and half of a median. Why would you rip up any of Kelly?
So the plan all along has been to remove from the center of the median west to accommodate the future lanes of concrete that we're putting in.
But you're only doing 2 lanes.
And we're adding 2
And a
lanes,
median.
2 southbound lanes.
So you're only gonna leave Kelly then with 1. Are we not doing 4 lanes? I'm so back and forth on this junk that this was so frustrating.
4 lanes is the ultimate section of the roadway. 2 northbound, 2.
Right.
The 2 on the north side, the 2 northbound lanes, side of the road. Whoever owns that. Western 2 lanes, these 2 are our side of the road, our responsibility, that's what we're.
Why would you tear up any responsible for replacing it? Why would you tear up any of Kelly Lane to begin with, instead of just building further onto your lot to accommodate your 2 lanes?
To get the alignment of the road where it needs. So in order to align this road, center it in the right of way, this becomes the center of that roadway section. That's roughly halfway across. To build 2 lanes of southern lane of asphalt construction. We were to build 2 lanes of concrete, no median today. Looking at this, we may be able to traffic and.
what about building 1 lane to get that open?
Certainly from a sequencing standpoint, yes.
Oh, what's happened?
What we're talking about is the old section where we are at the end of sequencing.
I'm just saying, you can't, you just.
I physically can't rip out all of the road.
No, I understand, I'm just saying, but you can't also shut down any point. Like, that cannot happen.
Much less 3 times.
Okay, hold on a second. You know what, they're gonna have to shut down, Kelly. They're gonna have to. And that's essentially it. They came in here, they asked for 2 lanes as is and deferral of the 2 lanes and escrow and everything else. We said, no, we want the road. So now they're coming in here, they're telling us what it's gonna take to do the road. Now, that's at his best guess to get 2 lanes and half the median in there, which is gonna take up 1 full lane, and we're gonna have 1 northbound lane and 2 southbound lanes. Now, what we all don't understand is the underlayment of Kelly Lane. You're saying it's gonna take, you're gonna take 1 lane of traffic to fix yours? Not. We know the underlayment of that road is not there. It's gonna blow out the backside. We're gonna end up with more problems, and that 6 to 9 months is gonna end up being a year.
You're talking the structural section of asphalt that's out there today.
What?
Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because when you cut down the center of that, trying to maintain that north lane, you're not gonna get the underlayment underneath it.
Okay.
And then you're gonna lime and base, and you're gonna moisture condition, you're gonna lime, put your base down, you're gonna blow out underneath the asphalt.
I thought there was like a meeting and you guys had discussed things and that's why it's coming back to us now. Is that not
Well, we've been working on this pretty regularly. and-
October? I mean, we had the
Yeah.
meeting in October, but it sounds like we have the same, I mean, other than, we were told that they didn't have to build a road at all, which wasn't true, I guess.
Yeah, we've certainly went back to the agreement and kind of figured out what the requirements are. But I think there is a staff misunderstanding as well, too, that we thought there was going to be the 2 northbound lanes were going to remain. Obviously, that's not exactly what we're discussing. So it appears to have become an engineering discussion, and I think our engineers need to figure out how we can, and I mean, it sounds like even from a technical standpoint, taking out 1 lane may be problematic. So that's going to have to be evaluated. Or we're gonna have to figure out what other options there are to leave 2 lanes remaining so we can build 2 more. And Tom, you may say that's impossible, but we need to get our engineers to help evaluate that too.
So Kelly Lane has always been an issue. Always been. That was one of the first issues, Lane, you and I dealt with when you first got here, is how to fix Kelly Lane because of the potholing and it's sloughing off and going to one side. It's been that way for years and years and years. And complexity of it being half county, half city, half now mud, makes it impossible to organize and allocate the proper funds. Now, the city had talked 4 or 5 years ago about what if we did a bond just to fix Kelly Lane. I guess that's when you did your development down there, over there behind Park. I think that's probably when it came up. But we had talked about that, but again, it's not all city property, and is the county gonna give up theirs, and who's gonna develop it? So it's always been a nightmare. Always. So.
But there wasn't a 7-Eleven.
We estimated that road 4 years ago. It's a $20 million road to pave 4-lane divided end to end.
And they're gonna do their part, and
Yes.
if we hold them to do their part, then what's the city's part that we can control? Because we would need to do it at the same time, because we're gonna lose lanes. And then it's a matter of talking to the county about the pieces we don't control. Do we have the money to do that? Can we, shut it down now, bite the bullet, shut it down now, and get it done now?
So in
Or do
October,
we stick with what we got?
isn't this exactly what Lee's just saying? That's what we were told was gonna happen, is after our meeting, when we were told that we didn't have a choice, whatever, it was turned out that you went back to the development agreement, found out, oh, no, they do have to build a road. And then city, county, and them supposed to sit down and figure this out. And it sounds like it's almost a bigger mess now than it was even then.
I think where staff is, I think there's been a misunderstanding in subsection G. Staff's understanding was that both lanes of existing asphalt would remain, and I believe that the developer believed that only one lane. So staff previously, I believe, came in support, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the staff came in supporting this, but based on that misunderstanding and what we believe is a need to have the engineers talk to the engineers to confirm whether this is engineeringly impossible or what the best way to do. And it sounds like the discussion also may involve consideration of things beyond what's posted, involving expenditures and things like that. So at this point, I believe, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that I think staff is not in support of moving forward with the MOU as it is currently phrased, because there's a fundamental misunderstanding in subsection G.
I will just add this. I mean, until what seems like an hour ago, that was 120 feet of right-of-way in the 6-lane road. So I see no reason why the developer can't build 2 lanes on their side and leave the 2 lanes that have been there for a while, and we'll deal with that, those 2 lanes at a later time. That would be my input to the future development. I agree with Councilman Neal. I think it is disastrous to shut down any part of Kelly Lane until the new lanes are opened up.
I think, yeah, I think from our standpoint, we haven't looked at that we haven't felt that was part of the discussion to date. The leaving 2 northbound lanes in place was something we just saw on the staff report yesterday.
Okay.
But I think we can go back and look at this section and see if there's a way to leave 2 lanes of asphalt in place. Keep in mind that means that the median that's proposed to go in its ultimate location would probably not be built as part of what we're proposing. We can certainly get the 2 lanes of concrete in place. I think it's the median component of the cross-section that's in question. And the timing then of removing that and putting the median in place would obviously be contingent upon what happens on the east side, so.
So do you guys need to go back and regroup and get something better to bring back to us? Because
I would entertain a motion to table this.
Yes.
We can do that.
I second.
It is.
Got a motion to table and a second from Councilman,
And just for clarification, council, is this tabling to the March meeting, or?
I mean, how long will it take you to figure this out? It was October last time, so.
Well, we've been working with staff to come to an agreement on what we're building. If the question on the table is, can we leave 2 lanes of asphalt in place and still build the 2 lanes of concrete? That's not going to take us a month to look at, so we can do that by next council meeting.
very good.
Okay. Yes,
Table it to
then
March
table
10th.
till March
Motion.
10th.
Dusty, your
Yep.
second and Marla's motion. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? That motion carries 6 votes to 0. Thank you all for the discussion and for coming up here. I appreciate it.
Dusty.
Dusty made them,
I second it.
Second.
Dusty seconded Marla's motion.
Got it, thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Cott.
Thank you.
Kaufman. City manager report, item 9.
Sir, I'm going to shorten this up and be short and concise because we have a little bit more time to go yet. But
We do.
I'd first like to recognize the Public Works Department, Police and Fire Department for the exceptional job they did 2 weeks ago during the cold weather and the freeze. They were able to keep the city with water and wastewater services and safe during that period of time. People worked 24 hours a day. They did an exceptional job with no interruptions. Hats off to all those that were involved with that. New parking lot on Main Street is nearing completion. Parking lot is poured, entryways are complete. We'll open up the parking lot this week for parking, but it will close intermittently as we put up street lights and do all the other things we have to do, landscaping. To get that listed on tonight's agenda. We'll get that on the very next possible agenda that we can get for council approval. Our contractor is willing to start work immediately upon that approval.
Do they meet your budget guidelines?
Sir?
Does at least one of them meet your budget guidelines?
It was $42,000 over budget, but we've been able to find a way
I would
to make it work.
Okay, I would encourage you to see if we can get a meeting scheduled before March 10th for just a quick,
We will, sir.
quick item. Thank
If
you.
we have to
Sorry-
hold a stand-up meeting, we'll
Yeah.
do that.
Sorry for the interruption.
New senior center is on track to be completed in mid-March. We won't schedule a grand opening until it's completed and we have a chance to get everything and everybody moved in and make sure it works properly, and then we'll schedule a official ribbon cutting on that. Water tower, the one here at the Central Social District Park was taken out of service Sunday, drained completely. It has repair work that's underway that's been long needed. That particular repair work will take 6 days, then we'll refill water tower, disinfect, and put it back into service. We did take it out of service. We had a few homes in Old Town that were without water. We exercised a number of valves around the city. We're able to locate 2 that had been closed, reopen them, so everybody is with service. So our new water tower serving us well. Tomorrow, I'll be meeting with PaveCon, who is the contractor contracted to do Blasting Game, along with Encore and Atmos. Both Encore and Atmos have held up that project as they were relocating franchise utilities. That work is to be done. We're going to reestablish the timeline for work there, and I'll share that with you. Nothing else to report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any questions for the city manager? Hearing none, I have 10:06, and I need to read this. Item 11, in accordance with Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 551, Open Meetings Act, the city council may meet in a closed executive session pursuant to applicable laws. Item A, Section 551072, deliberation regarding real property, future development. Item B, Section 551074, personnel matters. City manager, annual review and potential updates to the city manager's contract. Still 10:06, and we are now going to executive session. You're welcome to stay here if you dare. We may be a while, but we'll see. Maybe not, too. We'll go in the conference room back here. Council, feel All right, at 11:02, we are back in open session. And takes us to item 12, necessary appropriate action as a result of executive session.
I would like to make a motion to keep with the current contract with Lane, but also to extend to 2028 with the same terms of the extension of 2027. Or not the extension, but the current contract to the end of 2027.
We've got a motion and a second. Any comment on extending salary in 27? Can we add that to the motion? That we would add another 5%?
Mayor and
Yeah,
Council,
that's the
I understood
terms.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, I
got
understood
it.
that to be to include the escalator.
The same
Okay.
terms that are for 2027 extended to 2028.
Very good. All
Car
right, got a
allowance.
motion and a second. Any further discussion on the city manager contract?
Thank you, Lane, for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Does Wendy know?
She does now.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? That motion carries unanimously.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Got a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Hang out long.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. 6-0. We are adjourned at 11:04.